is the greatest challenge, the two I would zero in on are: one, access to funding, and two, market. Now, when you come to the funding aspect, we all know that when you're going to borrow money in this country, if you go to a bank, you'll need collateral. Most women and youth do not have access to that collateral, which then means that they're disproportionately affected when it comes to accessing finance. And then even the kind of finance that is out there, you find a bank will give you money today, and they want you to start paying for that money, say, next month. Now, fish will take 6 months to grow. And all they do in these 6 months is just eat, eat, eat. So where are you going to get the money to be able to pay back the bank when you don't have any income coming until 6 months? So we would like finance that is well structured to be able to serve the industry, and also opportunities for people who do not have collateral to be able to access this funding. And then they also that finance needs to come with technical know-how, because it doesn't make sense for you to receive funding to get into a venture which you are not well versed in, and then what happens is that you lose the money at the end of the day, and then you're not even able to pay the bank, and then you lose anything that you had used to secure that loan funding. Then I also feel that a lot of women are risk averse. Now, with that adversity comes, the fear of borrowing money. We need to speak to our women, and that is one of the things we do, and make sure that they are aware that you can borrow money, how to borrow money, what happens, and how you end up with the bank auctioning your money, and that can be averted. And then even just to be bankable, a lot of people like to keep money at home. You're doing very good business, you're not taking that money to the bank. So when you go to the bank to borrow money, they don't have a history whereby they can be able to leverage on to lend you money. Then even things like business plans, business models. What Damaris talked about here is very important, and I think as an organization, she is helping a lot of young people and probably women, just entrepreneurs, SMEs, who normally, again, are those young people, they're women, couple of men. So that support is very important. Then finally, when you come over to the market systems, so post-harvest loss has been mentioned. If that fish does not get harvested properly and preserved in ice and then gotten to the market fairly fast, the value of that fish is definitely going to go down, and sometimes it translates into total loss. In Kenya, about 40% of the fish harvested gets lost in post-harvest losses. And then even access to market. There's a lot of so-called brokers out here who generally are swindling small-scale producers. So it is important for these people to be properly organized and vetted so that we don't have people losing their catch to unscrupulous people. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ms. Angela. And I think from the two panelists, we have handled issues within the capture fisheries value chain and the aquaculture value chain. And there are so many common denominators in the two different value chains. And I hope that there is somebody from the financial institution here, because this is coming out very, very clearly that it remains a challenge for sustainability of our fisheries and also for the value chain development of our aquaculture and fisheries products. As I promised, and a promise is a debt, that we will also allow one of the audience members to also contribute to what is it that, according to you, as a value chain expert, as a participant in the value chain, that is impacting negatively on your participation. So there are microphones around the house. The first hand to get up will get the opportunity to just say one. Were we listening? Are the challenges well captured? I want to hear from you, team. Don't leave us alone in this podium. There's one behind me, sorry, I can't see. Okay, you are the first. So please take up, introduce yourself and tell us in 2 seconds.
Okay, thank you. I'm Duncan Otieno. I'm the Secretary, Osiri BMU. Okay, challenge we are facing is poor roads to take our fish to the market.
Thank you, Duncan. Duncan has brought up the issue of infrastructure that was mentioned before in terms of fish processing facilities, and he has added the issue of roads. I want to believe that we have our county and national government technical officers here, and you can hear that the poor roads are impacting negatively on this important value chain for the region. I'd like to shift gears a bit and now talk to Caesar. How many of you have eaten fish from Victory Farms? How many of you do not know about Victory Farms? Caesar, just check the room. Everybody knows about you. Even those who've not eaten your fish, they know about you. I say so because Victory Farms is transforming the landscape of fish farming, fish marketing, and value chain development within the country. And every household, I say so, in Nairobi know about Victory Farms. But I would like to talk to Caesar on a different issue, because we already know you're doing well. Your value chain is performing. You, as the farm, work within an environment where you interact daily with the fisher communities. You are operating almost in the same space. Kindly, would you just let us know how, within your very well-performing value chain, how do you engage the local fishing community? And how are they benefiting from the various initiatives that you have that is making your value chain better performing? How are they benefiting from it? In 2 minutes, if you can give us that, I would be happy. Karibu, Caesar.
Ombabe amusu no kwe kendo. Thank you. Allow me first to recognize my friends from the Homa Bay BMU network. Please wave. Homa Bay BMU network, asante sana. And also my CEC, Sarah Malit. Thank you, Sarah. My name is Caesar Asio from Victory Farms. To answer your question, I think first we need to unpack the value chain into its different components, because there is where there are opportunities that we can share with the communities we live in. So let us start unpacking this. The first component is feed production. The second component is egg production. Then you move to fingerling production. Then you move to fish production, the actual growing of fish. Then you move to processing. And after processing, you move to cold chains, distribution, and finally to retail. All of these components in the fish value chain present a unique opportunity. Now Gideon, my BMU chairman, Gideon, thank you. So what we have done is that we have opened up 2 parts of the fish value chain to community members. The first part is in egg production. So what we do is we partner with community members, excavate ponds in the lands of community members, do plumbing, and stock brood stock into those ponds. Every week, we then go and harvest fish eggs. And at the end of the month, we pay a royalty for these harvested fish eggs. And it translates to between 8,000 and 20,000 shillings per month for those community partners. And this is passive income. They don't have to do anything to make this income. However, we do encourage them to come and watch and learn. The other part of the value chain that we have opened up to our community members, and when I say community, I mean now national, is retail. We have over 18,000 mama samakis, the women who sell fish. We fondly call them mama samaki. And they are spread right across the country. And what they do is every morning they come in and they buy the fish from us. They go and salt it or spice it and fry it and sell it at a very healthy margin. So in those two areas we have opened our value chain. We are looking forward to opening our value chain more, because at the end of the day what we are fish farmers. But we need the value chain to be efficient so that the ultimate price of the fish is affordable to the end consumer. So the more we participate in the value chain, the more we're able to control our final price. But the more we open up our value chain, the more opportunities we release to entrepreneurs, such as the people in this room. Thank you.
Does he deserve a clap? And my earlier panelists, I realize that you've not even clapped for my earlier panelists. Can we clap for them? Yeah, as a fisheries expert, I've been in the fisheries sector for the last 27 years. And I think one of the major issues that is really, really impacting negatively on our fishers is the lack of alternative livelihood options. If you are a fisher, you are a fisher. That is the only job you know, and that's the only job you do. And so when the fisheries is declining, you don't have any other way to go. You go there and you come out with emptiness. What Caesar has said is really important, is that our fishers are having other options. Awacho adier, jiadi mangi ponds ma Victory Farm saniti yogodo to nurse and to take care of the broodstock. Yenjiadika. Unfortunately, I can't see my back. But I think the BMU, can you confirm that you have membership that are benefiting?
Yeah, I'm Gideon Rangwa, BMU chair, who is the host of Victory Farms. I can confirm very well that within our community, there are a lot of ponds that are owned by the community members, where they do put the fish, and then the Victory Farm collects the eggs, and they are paid by the end of the month. It's earning, and even as the BMUs, we have initiative that the Victory Farm is doing to us as the BMUs. They are giving us fingerlings for the original tilapia fish. It is called Ngege Makwar. We are restocking it into our lakes. We have breeding areas that are designed for these fingerlings. So we've seen a lot of increase in tilapia that had already disappeared in our lake. So we are very much grateful for Victory Farms. Thank you.
I think this is a classical example of the private sector engaging communities to be able to revive our stocks that are declining, and also to give them alternative sources of income, and also to introduce them to other ways of raising fish. So I think it's a good approach, and through Victory Farm, I think we've also seen that the cost of fish, especially for households, are going down. In Nairobi, I know we buy fish for, depending on the size, but it's around 350 per kg, isn't it, Caesar? Which is a good thing, really. So at least fish is becoming cheaper than meat, yeah? For the longest time, we would be told that, oh, fish is too expensive compared to meat, so I'd rather buy meat. But now, through these interventions, we are seeing the price of fish going lower, and so this is making more households able to afford and eat fish, which is a very nutritious food. Allow me then to build onto what Caesar has just said and give Joseph the floor. Joseph, you are an expert. You are also another classical example of a business that is active along the entire value chain. And you've been able to address a number of inefficiencies along the value chain. You have built relationships, and you are thriving very well on relationships to be able to get the product and to be able to serve the market that you are engaged in. When the challenges were elaborated by our earlier speakers, the issue of market access was talked about, that it is one of the biggest challenges that are impacting most of the value chain actors within the fisheries and aquaculture value chain. I would like to ask you, Joseph, if you could just recommend, according to your experience, the strategies that we should employ to strengthen the relationships along the value chain. Because we know if we strengthen these relationships, then the inputs, the access to the markets, and even the linkages would be strengthened and the value chain would be more efficient. So what strategies should we consider so that the whole value chain is able to be inclusive, everyone to be involved and everyone to be able to benefit? Over to you, Joseph.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joseph from Global Tilapia and Camino Ruiz. We are a company domiciled in Bita and in Nairobi. I think we have been given space by Nyamanga Beach as well as Nyachebe. I stand on all protocols, and to echo the words of Rio Fish, Victory Farms, and to answer your question, there has been a lot of problems, challenges, and I think our mindset needs to change to commercialize the fish industry. And as such, not only from players like Victory ourselves and other bigger companies, even the wild culture being able to commercialize and see the entity as a business, it would make sense. Some of the challenges that we personally as a company face is the lack of, there's a gap between the national government and the local government in the essence of licensing. There's a lot of double licensing, double taxation that go along with the local government and national government. You'll find Kenya Fisheries will give us licenses. Then you move from one county to another, you're expected to have several licenses, and it becomes an impediment to progress on the business. So if you can be able to harness those licenses, and if you are in multiple counties, then you do not have to spend so much money on the licensing. The other aspect is increasing technical support to our farmers. I think we've been, the first quarter of this year, we've been able to train farmers in Londa Rombo, Nyamanga, Nyachebe Beach. We've been training farmers in helping them understand the business as an entity, as it's supposed to be. The other one is in partnership with the value chains, like Rio Fish, ourselves, Victory Farms, and all of us as Global Tilapia Camino, we are able to have access to the market. We've realized post-harvest infrastructure has not been given a lot of energy and a lot of time. And as such, a fisherman in Port Victoria, a fisherman in Homa Bay County, they will get their fish, even the omena. By the time it's getting to Nairobi, as this lady said here, only Calipers is able to have their omena in the market. Omena is actually even traded internationally. You'll find it in Europe, but there's a very big gap between the moment you have your catch and by the time it's getting to the market, someone is benefiting there. So the farmer spends so much time, money, grappling with the losses of the product because it's a biological asset. Then someone comes in at the end of the day and makes the profit. So you'll find a customer in Nairobi, the amount of money they are paying for that fish that you've spent 9 months to raise is not trickling down to you as a farmer. And that is the biggest disparity. The other one is ensuring that we have shared infrastructure in terms of refrigeration in different areas. Like in all the BMUs, would encourage the local government to work with private partners to have whereby every BMU should have a center of a collection point. Even if they pay a premium price for that refrigeration, it will ensure that we have profitability and to maximize on profitabilities of the product. But in essence, I think it's an opportunity that we have and we all need to grow.
Yeah, thank you, Joseph. Asante sana. Thank you for remembering. I think I still come back to you and ask relationships along the value chain. We have very small mama karangas spread along the entire shores of the lake. Some have 10 kgs, some have 20 kgs. And in that quantity, they're not able to attract a big guy like you, isn't it? You want volumes. You're not going to send a truck to the beach to pick 10 kgs. You want to come there and pick the quantity that will fill your truck and send it to the market. You've talked about shared infrastructure, which is a good thing. But what kind of relationships should we start fostering between these small people and the big guys so that they can reach you very quickly without having to go through many middlemen who, as we have discussed, some of them have very exploitative tendency. What strategies should we employ so that you can be able to engage the small people?
Thank you for the question. I think that infrastructure has already been set with the establishment of the BMUs. The BMUs will play a very pivotal role in ensuring market linkages. You will find in the city, Gekomba is the #1 place of access of fish. #2 is City Market. You as a farmer here, as a fisherman here in Homa Bay, by the time you get to Gekomba, you will have lost your money. But if you have BMUs as they are structured in and embedded in the local, in the County Government Act, the BMUs are able to aggregate the farmers together, then form even a sort of a cooperative that they are able to attract large businesses who have access to the market. Our product, we are able to do value addition across all. We make fillet, we produce fish fingers, fish nuggets. These are products that have not been in the market previously. And as such, we have appetite to pick a lot of fish from the market. How does a farmer here in Homa Bay get to us? Through the BMUs. If you're able to harness this, we have agreements with BMUs. Then the BMUs offload the fish as a union, as a community. Then they access the market. That way, the lady with the 10 kilos, 20 kilos, all that is, if it's aggregated and the right infrastructure placed at every BMU, then it will be easy for us who are in the market to pick that fish. That your product has access to the market at very low cost. So the economies of scale favors the farmer.
Allow me to say in Luo. Ji adi mong'eyo kaka chai kata kahawa bedo marketed. What they do, gima gitimo, en ni japur ka japur kose ng'wedo chache kata kose pono kahawa to nitiere kama gitere. Donge? Kata kanyo iketogi together kaito iterogie chiro. I'm just comparing what you said with what coffee and tea farmers do. What we are saying is that we are not going to make it as farmers or as fishers if we continue to market our 10 kgs alone. We are saying we need to build, we need to bulk, and we need to be able to attract the right market. Joseph has spoken about cooperatives. It has been a strategy and it has been an agenda of the State Department for Blue Economy and Fisheries through the Kenya Fish Marketing Authority to sensitize the beach management units on ways of forming cooperatives. This is a great opportunity for the CEO, acting CEO for Kenya Fish Marketing Authority. If you're here, you can take 1 minute to sensitize our people on what we are doing as a State Department in partnership with the county governments to be able to support BMUs to form cooperatives that can support them on issues of marketing, issues of production. I will give 1 minute if the Kenya Fish Marketing Authority personnel is here. If not, then we will proceed.
If not, I'd like to say something.
Yeah.
Is he in, maybe?
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Beatrice Akunga, from the acting CEO for the Fish Levy Trust Fund. But I will perhaps speak for my colleague, Charles Ogwang. I think he's somewhere. We actually, as you rightly said, that the State Department, in collaboration with the Kenya Fish Marketing Authority, is in the process of forming BMUs to cooperatives. And so far, I think they have done about 200. I know that the Kenya Fish Marketing is actually in the field right now. They're in Turkana, they're in Siaya, transforming. And we are hoping that by the end of the financial year, which is in June, we should have, I think, transformed about 450 BMUs into marketing. And as we said, that when you come together, when you work as a team, then you go far. And I think that's what we are telling our BMUs, our fishermen, that kindly get to be in the cooperatives so that you are able to market your fish well. Thank you very much. And as you know, that it's really the agenda of the government to ensure that we work in cooperatives. Asante sana.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Akunga. We cannot, alone we fail, together we prosper. There was an addition from my panelist, Damaris, please, 1 minute.
Thank you, Susan. We've had an MOU with Kenya Fish Marketing Authority, which has just been signed. And one of the things we want to do is to be innovatively disruptive. In this house, we have Mama Samaki, and if possible, they can just, you can see the ones standing at the door with aprons, because the Kenya Fish Marketing Authority is supporting us to be able to reach the women so that we can build their capacity in being standardized in how they do work. But also, we support them with marketing and branding. For example, this is a product from the coast. A marine product, it's a body lotion. One of the things that some of the women and the youth there do is to do products out of seaweed, which is still in the blue economy, not necessarily fishing. But for them to be able to access the markets, you have to bring them to the people. What we were saying is that we have to stop the too much talking and walk. So Mama Samaki is here today. At stall number 37 and 38, they have fish. They have fried omena, they have fresh fish, and please, let's walk there and buy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope they are branded.
They are well branded. Probably they can just step forward and you can see them, but they are also able to interact with you because the language we speak sometimes creates a barrier. But the truth is, when all is said and done, the fish ends up in their hands.
and they have to be the ones that are then bringing it into the consumer's hand. So retail is a very important part of this conversation, which is where we come in as marketers and as the people that build capacity in branding.
Thank you very much. Ero uru kamano, wabiro chamo rech, and wadwaro ni wayud rech ma ok dhi kayo iwa donge. Molos maler, kendo puonju kaka iloso, water rech nyaka Nairobi. Ero kamano. Thank you very much. Just before I move on to the next discussant, I would like to just stress on one particular point that Joseph had mentioned, the issue of licensing. I think this is something that we have to pick up in the next panel discussion, because we are talking about policy, we are talking about regulations and all that. And in that panel, we have the national and the county governments. What is it that we should do to make business operations easier? Can we have a one license? Can we have two licenses? Why should I pay when I'm in Homa Bay? When I go to Siaya, I pay. When I go to, where else? Migori, I pay. You get. So what is it that we can do as a sector to make it more attractive and easier for our private investors in the value chain? Now, we have talked about issues, we have talked about some of the potentials, and I would like to now bring on board Mr. Newton. Newton has used technology to create a product from what we used to think would be trash. Newton uses the skin of fish to make it a valuable and a pricey product that is being used in our markets. I don't know if, Newton, you're wearing shoes made from fish skin today. If you're not, then I see you have carried one. So this is innovation, technology at work. And I see a number of our audience here as young people. There is a lot that we can do within the fish value chain that can help us create employment, employ ourselves, and earn what we refer to decent living. So Newton, please tell us about what you do and what do you see as the potential in terms of market, in terms of income generation from the work that you do. And what would you tell the young people who are here? How can they get engaged in such kind of innovative work? Joseph just says they feel it, and maybe they remove the skin. Where do they take that skin? Can it be used? How can we use it to create value, to generate money, and to make people live decently? So just let us know what you do, what's the future, and how can the young people also get engaged in this?
Thank you very much. My name is Newton Owino. I'm running what we call a fish leather tannery based in Kisumu. Our core business is actually to ensure that we get rid of all the fish waste along the lake region. You've heard of our colleagues doing the filleting, but none of them is telling us where do they take the waste. Maybe that waste is running back again into the lake, causing pollution. So as much as we are feeding the public this other side, the water is getting more polluted. So that's where I come in to bridge in the gap so that at least we help each other in that line. What my business entails is actually converting the fish skin into leather. I also convert fish eyes into earrings. that is for ladies. We call them dancing earrings. We also extract what we call the collagen from fish skin that we actually convert into what we call the fish glue. Now, if you see the shoes my sister has just brought here, it is assembled, and what we use to assemble it is actually the fish glue that we extract from the from the collagen of fish. Well, they also have the gelatin, which is also a very useful product that we also sell outside. Well, how did I get into this? Within the Lake region alone, and we have so many fish processors, and they generate approximately 150,000 metric tons of fish waste, which means what our colleagues are shipping outside is almost half of what remains here as waste. So how do we really get deep into this? We must look into ways of converting this fish skin into leather so that we do value addition with the same leather to produce fish shoes, fish leather shoes, fish leather jackets, fish leather belts, and any other fish leather goods that you could talk of. That is what we actually do at my place. Well, what makes this fish leather more important to us? The significant potential for fish leather in development is driven by the abundant raw material that we have. You've seen our colleagues here, they are doing filleting, but a lot of this waste remains untapped, and no one talks about them. Even what it does to the environment, no one knows. So once we have this abundant waste, we actually convert them into leather. Well, we also look at the growing demand of the fish leather products, both locally and internationally. It is too huge. We're also looking at the opportunities of value-added production. If you look at these three areas, it's really going to give us a lot of potential to develop businesses. Not necessarily that you have to get into water or you have to battle with fish, with some diseases killing them. No, not everybody must be along that line, but we can also as well take advantage of what the waste they are generating so that we convert it into business. Thank you.
How many young people, when I talk of young, the youth are in this room today? 18 to 35. How many are looking for jobs? Did you hear him? Circular economy. I want to believe that Dr. Ibukun is very happy listening to this. He will be in the next panel, because handling of waste is a big challenge, more so for the blue economy sector, because we tend to dump everything there. And we have an innovative young person who is using waste to create products that are of value. And he's telling you the raw products are in plenty of supply. So get in touch with him, let him teach you the tricks, and start your own, isn't it? So I'll go back to the floor, to the audience, and pick 2 questions before we engage the next panelist. Okay, the first hand is there. There's one behind me. So those are the 2 questions we will take.
Okay, thank you for the chance. My name is Mercy. Nasenya Sangura, I work for Kenya Fisheries Service. I have a question to you, Mr. Newton. I wish to know how you are aggregating the waste and to what capacity. Are you getting enough raw materials? And yeah, that is the main question I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mercy. We'll take the second one.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Susan. I've heard of what Mr. Joseph had said about the license. The question is, when we go to tea or cereals, there are boards, but we as the fishermen, we don't have any board concerning fish. Can that be created so that we have anywhere where we can express our outcries about what challenges we met? Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much. Good question. I will give Mr. Gano the opportunity to address the second question, as I allow Newton to address the first question by Mercy on waste and how you collect them.
Thank you very much. Our business is a social enterprise. What does it mean? We actually did bring on board 350 women. We've registered them so that they do the collection of fish waste and deliver to our tannery for production processes. Well, they are spread all over. I'm very sure some are doing the collection as far as Mbita. I know some are doing collection in Jinja and Mwanza. We also have a number of women in Loyangalani, Turkana, who are doing the collection of this stuff for us. I did mention that the waste that our filleting industry generates is close to 150,000 metric tons. It's so huge. That means we have more than enough to sustain our business. Therefore, that is how we do the collection, and that is how we work hand in hand with the women groups.
Thank you very much. You can engage Mr. Newton even outside this place if you still have further questions for him. Mr. Gano, I don't know if you have a response to the second question on the boards. What are we doing in terms of having boards that are within the fishery sector, like what the tea and the coffee sectors are doing, so that the board can help in addressing issues that are currently affecting the fisheries sector?
Thank you so much. My name is Jared Agano. I work for Kenya Fisheries Service. I want to appreciate that question about whether the fisher folk can also have a board like we have the tea board and the coffee board. I think from what we've heard from my colleague here, Dr. Konga, about what we are doing now, we are trying to transform the beach management unit into fishermen cooperative. And I think for now, we can use these cooperatives to speak for our fisher folk. Because the beach management units are also there as entities, units that are supposed to mobilize the fisher folk. But after formation of the beach management unit, we need to have a marketing aspect, which I think the cooperative can perform better than the beach management unit. So, moderator, I think that is the response I can give for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are nearing the end. And I would just like now to engage Professor Manyala. All through the discussions, the issue of capacity is coming up. What we have just heard from Newton is an example of innovation, research, and science at work. You are one of the, I think, one of the teachers within the university that I would say over 60% of the technical officers in the industry has passed through your hands. Everybody here, how many here are Professor Manyala's students? Don't be shy. So many are your students. So the capacity is really a big challenge within the fisheries and aquaculture value chain. In your current capacity as the Director for Research and Innovation at the University of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, what is it that you are doing differently that is helping us to build the capacity of the technical staff that are coming out into the field to be able to support the sector and be able to support and build capacity of the value chain actors within the fisheries and aquaculture? Just in 1 minute, Professor.
Thank you very much. First of all, this is my village in a place called Lala, so I'm at home. My name is Julius Manyala. I'm a trainer. I don't want to say that I'm a lecturer. I'm a trainer in fisheries, and I also do research. I want to say that at JUST, one of the most significant landmark is the Blue Economy Research Hub. In this hub, we are trying to develop the sector by training both technical people and community on sustainable use of our blue economy resources. And I want to say that we are very glad that the government funded this center, and it was officially launched by His Excellency, the President, Dr. Ruto. Now, in this hub, we have a program on fisheries and blue economy that is ongoing, but we have integrated this hub with many other things that support the industry. For example, we are a World Bank designated center in the research of insects for food and feed. And this has fed into some of our programs with a lot of community and youth groups that we work with. Our presence is actually ranging from Busia up to Vihiga and Kakamega and Bungoma. But I believe that sooner or later we'll be Homa Bay because we need partnerships. The other activity we have been involved in is being able to onboard communities and youth to participate in the value chain. For example, the black soldier fly. What we need are fruit wastes. Again, it is very environmentally sustainable, but it is very difficult to get adequate fruit waste to grow these insects. And luckily enough, we have partnered with many agencies to have communities and youths which have been organized into groups that can actually collect and deliver the fruit wastes. So this is an opportunity. Some of the opportunities that the youth may consider is apps that can actually stimulate interaction in the sector. There are very few apps in this region or in Africa that are used by fisher community. And this is one of the areas where we need the youth to involve themselves. The other issue is that the processes that we have in the sector, if you want to patent them so that they are not abused, you can come to us. We can do it in 1 week. You have your process or products patented, and we have registered about 5 patents in the sector, which anybody can commercialize if you want. The training for communities is key because the technical training is very limited. The ratio of technical staff to community that need extension and outreach cannot be reached adequately in this country. So it is good that you also train community members, and we think that with partnerships, we are capable of doing this. I want to stop there and take my 2 minutes. Thank you.
Dakupa mne word thuru maber. Thank you very much. I think the discussion so far has been very practical, and opportunities are being brought up. Opportunities are being brought out. What we can do as value chain actors within the fisheries and aquaculture value chain to enable us make this value chain more efficient, to enable us create employment opportunities, and to enable us prosper. And so, in terms of capacity, you have heard, the university is not just staying traditional. They keep on upgrading and improving on the skills, because what Professor Manyala is talking about is not what I learned in school, you see? So it means that they are upgrading their curricula to be more attractive and to be more relevant to what the world is currently experiencing, more so in terms of fisheries and aquaculture. And I think it is important also that they are taking care of the environment, which remain very battered, for lack of a better word, because of the different humanity activities that are happening. We are almost winding up this discussion, and to help us end this discussion, we will be talking to Madam Lucy. Madam Lucy is a director at Gatsby Africa. Gatsby is an important partner of the government of Kenya in the aquaculture value chain development initiatives. Madam Lucy, a lot has been said, and I know that you are listening. And in your listening, I know you are picking up what it is that now Gatsby should focus on going forward to help us improve on the performance of the aquaculture value chain that you're supporting. But I know you have also noted that issues in the fisheries and aquaculture value chain, they are crisscrossing. They are so connected to one another. And so as an expert on development, and more so on issues of business, what priorities should we focus on so that we can be able to unlock the full potential for aquaculture development going forward? I think that's my question, and I know that the priorities you're going to tell us, even you as Gatsby Africa, will be in your next circle of support. Karibu.
Thank you, Susan. I was beginning to think I'm just here to accompany the rest.
No, you last. We saved.
You saved me for last.
Yes.
Well, unfortunately, when you come last, everybody has said what you wanted to say. I had a long to say, and most of it has been said. But just to tag on to start where the professor ended, the future of aquaculture is bright. We have a lot of potential in both Lake Victoria and in land-based farming, but also in introducing new species, catfish, seaweed, mariculture. The potential to exploit our blue resources is almost unlimited. And that means the opportunities for jobs for both women and youth are also unlimited. For the last couple of years, we've seen this growth happen exponentially because of entrants like Victory Farms and Rio, and we continue to see a lot of interest in the aquaculture industry. And I think to prepare for that interest, the youth can do a couple of things. Some of it is the skills development. Some of it is participating in R&D. Technology is becoming really exciting in the aquaculture industry. There are discussions around how to deploy AI to bring more efficiencies into the industry. How do you make feeding more tech-enabled? I think the opportunities to even transform the sector from a very traditional approach to a much more professionalized industry exist. But to make that happen, there's some things that also we have to invest in. I think universities are already leading in investing in R&D. We have youth already innovating in different technology. The last time I was in Homa Bay, I came across a young man who's working on an aerator for ponds to increase the stocking densities for ponds. So the innovation is already, I think the energy around innovation is already there. I think an enabling environment, we cannot overemphasize how important that is, from licensing to tax regimes to layers of governance between county and national. That will remain a big discussions for those of us who are in the industry, and I'm looking forward to the panel that's coming after us on how to address some of those issues. I think also crowding in more value chain actors, so to speak, like feed raw materials, and supporting innovation around that, value chain actors. Feed is a key ingredient to how the sector grows, and if we are able to bring down the cost of feed, we'll be able to support a lot of farmers to make money, both small, large, medium, to make money. So we are exploring how to lower the cost of feed. And I think to just encourage people that aquaculture is a long value chain. It's not just about the farming, it's the marketing, it's ice solutions, it's transport, it's inputs into feed, and all of this provides opportunities for jobs, for economic empowerment, for livelihoods. And that's why as Gatsby, we are excited to continue investing in aquaculture.
Yeah, thank you. And Lucy, that's why I kept you last, because you have actually summarized well, and you have almost touched on so many of the issues that we have discussed. And that's the way forward. That's what we need to do to move forward. MC, I don't know if you would allow me 2 minutes for floor question. If not, then okay. We have actually, that's what we have prepared for you. Let me stand so that I can see all of you. Do we have any one burning question from the floor? A question that is relevant to the discussion of this panel, which is on sustainable fisheries, aquaculture, and value chain development. I see 2 hands, so you give 30 seconds, 30 seconds. Please, proceed, sir. Okay, he needs, he will need, we had somebody who was, could you come and help?
Thank you. My name is David Ogoro. I'm here from the Kenya National Association of the Deaf. So I thank you, the panelists. From the time I sat here, nobody knew I'm a deaf person, but I've really collected a lot of information and I've learned from you. That's the same, that clearly shows how many people with disabilities are out there that are suffering in silence. They miss a lot of information. So my question to the panel, what are you doing in your areas of work? Because many comes from different parts or sections. What are you doing to make sure that persons with disabilities group, youth and women, their living standards are improved? Because when you talk about blue economy, we talk about fishing and the challenges that are experienced in the different sectors. There are people with disabilities who are left out. There are a lot of information gap and awareness on accessibility and challenges. What are you doing in your specific areas of work to ensure that this is also placed in policy? I thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. We will take one more question. I plead that we take the lady. I see your hand is really up, but we don't have time. So would you whisper to the lady what you wanted to ask so that she can ask once and for all, if you don't mind, sir?
Thank you. My name is Rosa Kong from Kaugege BMU. I'm the secretary of Kaugege BMU and the women leader for Kaugege Women Fish Traders. My concern is just on the issue of insurance, because sometimes we have a challenge when we have the climate changes. You can find that the cage can be drawn by the waves, or you can find that there is a lot of waves in the sea, in the lake. So when you go there in your cage, you can find that the cage is broken, or all the fish are dead. But it forces us also just to dip our hands in our pockets. So can it be a policy which can support us to have insurance, so that the farmers can also get access to insurance when we got those challenges? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'll give you an opportunity, sir.
Yes, thank you for giving me an opportunity. I'm called Otieno Logor, working with the civil society of Oma Bay County. I come from Suba South. My concerns, number one, there is a problem with the BMU Regulation 2024. It's called Fishery Management and Development Beach Management Unit Regulation 2024. We will request for this regulation to be amended because it was done without public participation. The BMU were not consulted. So I request that. Secondly, we have deaths in Oma Bay Town and Suba North. People are being killed at the lake when they are protecting their breeding side areas, and no one to take action on this. So I want to ask you, between the Kenya fisheries and the county government, who is to regularize fishing in our Lake Victoria, in Oma Bay County, because there is a conflict between Kenya fisheries and the county government of Oma Bay. Currently now, if you walk just a distance at Oma Bay Police Station, there are illegal fishing nets that were taken to police station between 6th and 7th of May 2025. Up to now, there is no court order to ban them, because that is the law. Who is to regularize? Because I can see the fishery sub-county director, Oma Bay Town South, sub-county wrote to Kenya Fisheries, Oma Bay County, to take back those nets at the county custody. Who is the custodian of illegal fishings? And lastly, we appreciate yesterday.
It was one question, sir.
Okay, thank you.
You're over by. Yeah, thank you very much. I think the two last questions are very relevant for our next panel discussion. And please, DG KEFs, CCM, Oma Bay County, the National BMU Network Chair, prepare to answer those questions in the next panel discussion, where we'll be talking about policy. On the first question about inclusivity, more so for some of us who are abled differently within the value chain, I think we have elaborated so many opportunities along the value chain where even those who are able differently can be able to participate. But I would like to give Damaris just 30 seconds, given that you deal a lot with communities. How are you including those of us who are not abled the same way in the value chain?
I would say that, let me just say that diversity, equity, and inclusivity is a very critical component of sustainable development. And even in the blue economy, it is important that we embrace it, especially at the grassroots level. One of the things that we have done in inclusivity is to ensure that we give women preference. I must say that there's still a lot of challenges when it comes to people who are able differently, because they are then the minority still. But there's a lot of efforts, especially with agencies that have been in the pipeline to support the system. Personally, we have engaged a lot of people who do translation services to ensure that if there are policies, if there's an event like this one, then there is the possibility of that person to understand what is being said. Especially today, we were able to engage a translator, sign language translation, but there's a lot of challenge in managing those who are able differently when it comes to physical capacitation and even in audio capacitation, audiovisual, in the fish value chain. Because the activities that are taking place in this value chain are very labor intensive. And therefore, my recommendation is that they should be mostly engaged and their capacity should be built for them to take part in the components of the value chain that do not require the physical effort and a lot of energy, but still be able to be players in the economy and enhance what we want to build in the fish value chain.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we all know that when you talk about blue economy, we're talking about inclusivity, we are talking about equity, we are talking of not leaving anyone behind. And so this is a rallying call for all of us who are here, the government, development partners, institutions of higher learning, the civil society. We need to go back on the drawing board and be able to strategically define areas where we can include those of us who are able differently, so that they can also be able to get and to benefit from the very many opportunities that are there within the blue economy space, within the aquaculture and fisheries value chain. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to bring this panel discussion to a close. And as we close, I would like to thank you for your active participation. I think we have learned something within the last 1 hour, and I want to believe that each and every one of us is taking something home, something that will be able to help you live a better life, improve on what you're doing, and be a better participant in the sustainability efforts for fisheries and also in the value chain development efforts within the fisheries and aquaculture. So allow me to thank you all for being active. I apologize for those who we may not have given an opportunity to speak. Please hold your horses. You may have an opportunity to speak in the next panel discussion, which will still be on fisheries and aquaculture and blue economy, but with a focus on policy issues. Before I allow the panelists to step down, allow me to thank you. You've been a wonderful, wonderful team. I want to believe that you have given generously to the audience, and they've been able to learn from you. And I would just like to urge the audience that this is not last. These experts are still here in our midst. Please, if you need to engage one of them on the sidelines, please do so. But at the end of the day, what we'd like to do is to ensure that our waters remain our wealth. Our waters remain our. So as I allow the panelists to step down, can you give them a warm round of applause, the Homa Bay way? No. Better. Okay, I'll ask the MC to lead me in that. He seems to be better on that. And I want to believe that I've represented you well. I have represented your interest because that was my job. Did I fail? Did I make it? Then why am I not being a... Yeah. Thank you very much. The work of a moderator normally is just to talk on behalf of the audience, and I hope I have talked on your behalf. So thank you very much. I'll hand over to the MC so that he can appreciate the panelists in the way that Homa Bay people do, so that these panelists, when we call them again to come back to Homa Bay, they will not hesitate. MC.
Aya, tuwapigie makofi mazuri. Kwanza generally, makofi. Aha. Ngoja nikuonyeshe a better style of doing it. I have the names here. So tunapiga makofi kulingana na jina. Okay? For example, Manyala, Manyala. Okay? Okay. Professor Manyala, Mr. Asio, Lucy Kimani. Acha tuone yule atapata kidogo. Angela Odero. There is Alisam Mureithi. Odeng. Abana. Odeng ni pa. Unaachilia pale ka first. Odeng. Asante. Damaris Ndira. Thank you very much. Alafu Madam Susan Otieno. Asante sana na wengine wote. Makofi mazuri sasa. Asanteni, mnaweza kushuka. But before you go, sir, nyinyi mnaweza teremka. Yaani samaki ana ngozi inaweza tengeneza kitu. Where is that shoe? Let's see the shoe.
You can find them at the KFMA booth.
Okay.
Yes, all our fish leather products. Okay. Yeah, including the shoes, the fish earrings from ice, the collagen, everything. Plus the doormats from the fish fibers. Wow. Yeah.
Wonderful. Asante sana. Tumpigie makofi pia anapoteremka. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the first panel, and thank you for participating. Kila mmoja mmenifurahisha sana, mmefurahisha kila mtu. That was a good job. We are about to get into a short bridge of entertainment with Chipukizi. But just before that, allow me to gladly recognize the presence of Madam Kamara. Mariatu Kamara is Country Director in the Fund for Agriculture Development, IFAD. Madam Mariatu, you're most welcome. Karibu sana. So just before now we get to the second panel, allow me to invite Bwana Chipukizi. Chipukizi is Deputy Director kwa mambo ya events za rais. Ako hapa ili atufurahishe na aendelee kusema nasi. And then after that we continue with the second session. Chipukizi.
Asante. Simpigie huu master makofi. Check. Mpigieni makofi ingine tafadhali. Unajua yeye ndo anaitisha makofi, so tunamri. Ngoja. Check. Iko sawa hiyo. Salimia mtu amekaa kando yako, mpatie high five. Mpatie high five. Mwambie uchumi ya majini. Mwambie majini kuna uchumi. Majini kuna pesa. Akijipigieni makofi nyinyi wasee, and I'll tell you why. The good thing about you guys is that you woke up, you came here to have a very good conversation about the economy of this area, and it's very amazing. Munasikiza, munauliza maswali, munapiga makofi. You are the best audience that nimeona kwa hizi thematic. So it's a good thing. But before Boni Musambi aendelee na mambo ya mazungumzo tukileta the next panel, tuko na mgeni wetu mheshimiwa siku ya leo ambaye wakati wowote labda Boni atatueleza akiwa njiani kuja hapa. But before that, Mimi nakulanga talanta. Talanta ndo imenifanya nikavaa hiyo suti unaona. So before niite mtu yote entertain, nataka kutafuta talanta hapa. Kuna mtu wako hapa hako na talanta na hajawahi pewa chance. Hapa tuko na kamera za serikali, video za serikali na sound ya serikali. Mzee, uko na talanta? Bado? Hata kukula ni talanta yao. Hakuna talent? Aya, simameni nyinyi wote basi niwaonyeshe. Mmekaa chini sana. Mmekaa chini sana. Tusimame kidogo basi. Mimi natoka Ukambani, mahali kunaitwa Mololongo, na tunakuanga na dance style moja. DJ nitafutie Oskido. Tunakuanga na dance style. Ninakuanga na tuko na dance style ya Mololongo na niwafunze. So what you do, DJ tafuta Oskido but usicheze. Weka mikono juu, mikono zote mbili juu. Mikono zote mbili juu. Ukiona mtu haeki mikono zote mbili juu, ujue makwapa zimeanza kumsumbua. So tutaenda hivi. Tarara, tararara, tararara. You jump and turn. Hapa, hapa, hapa. Una jump, una turn. Wewe, hapa, hapa. Twende, kiuno. Una jump. Tumeelewa? Haya, wacha tufanye testing. DJ uko nayo? DJ uko nayo? Nipe. Tuweke mikono zote juu. DJ nipe bana. DJ ni kama ako attachment. DJ cheza, finya play, iko karibu na stop. Utaiona tu. DJ unachoma. DJ hapo nayo umechoma. So do you have it ama we get another one, master? Ama mtu wangu wa sound unichezee kama uko nayo hapo kwa YouTube. Huyo amechoma. Huyo unafanya mzee ainue mikono juu ni kama anaomba na unakosa kucheza muziki. Unataka nipate laana? Surely. Ndio hiyo. Mikono juu kila mtu, mikono juu kila mtu. Tutoe kwanza baridi kidogo. Weka maringo kidogo. Are you ready? Are you ready? All right. Let's go. Hapa, hey. Hapa, twende. Hapa, twende. Una jump, una turn. One more time. Hapa. Pulo DJ. Kuna mzee amegonga mwenzake hapa. Sini hawa hapa unamaona? Haya, tuanzie tena kutoka juu. Tuanze tena. Mikono juu DJ, nipe DJ. DJ bana. DJ. Haya. Twende, weka pamba, maringo kidogo. Unasonga tu hivi kidogo. Hizi ni za Mololongo hizi. All right. Are you ready? Let's go. Hapo, twende. Kiuno, twende. You jump. One more time. Hapo. Hapa, twende. Kiuno, twende. Jump. One more time. Twende. Hey. Kila mtu. Kiuno, kila mtu. Jump. One more time. Two. Hapa. Jump. DJ. Asante, jipigeni makofi. Iko MC mwenzangu hapa, nilipatana na yeye jana usiku huku Homa Bay, mahali panaitwa 112 Tavern. Sijui kama ni mahali pazuri pa kuenda. But nilipatana na huyu jamaa na nikasikia ako na talent. Na ulisema niwaambie Ichieni ama ulikuwa unasemaje? Ichio.
Sema uchio nango.
Uchio nango. Hiyo nimesema nini?
Mumeamuka aje?
Ichio nango.
Uongo, hiyo ni matusi nakwambia, wacha. Hiyo ni matusi.
Kuna ile uliniambia jana, ile niliambia wale wasichana, ile nilienda nikawauliza wale wasichana Ichieni, niliona wamefurahi.
Hapana, uliwaambia ujo beyo. Kuambia ni warembo.
Beyo. Ubeyo.
Nyinyi ni warembo. Usiambie mwanaume hivi utapigwa ngumi.
Guided. Awinji.
Jomba be uchio nango. Umor ko so kumor. Kimor team kama. Team kama DJ ngoja. Finya tu pause karibu na play. Asante. Joma Bay dong mor. Wamor kabisa dong. Kauno dochieng wadonge. Gimakinyo makiabat makauno yodonge. Kauno wawo mar pi. Dong pi wo modho. Pi maler donge. Ko wadono miel. Chipukizi. DJ, do you have a Luo song, gospel, gospel, any Luo gospel song? Kuja nikufundishe vile tunafanyanga.
Unajua nasikia unaongea kabisa kama pastor. Unajua wewe ni pastor? Uko na hebu ongea nikutranslatea.
Chipukizi. Chipukizi.
Yes sir.
Shida na wewe ni ufupi na mlingoti.
Ndio.
Sasa tulia.
Shida na wewe ni rangi. Unajua simba ikatokea hapa bro, simba haiwezi kukula, itanikujia. Unajua ni kwa nini? Simba ikuli nyama choma bro.
Nani yako na mawe iko wapi? No, Luo people do use stone, Unajua kidi? Unajua kidi? Kidi.
What is that?
Kidi is a stone.
Okay.
We walk with it in our pocket.
Okay.
I'm sorry today nimeacha yangu pale kwa Mercedes. Ile Mercedes nilikuomba.
Lakini unaongea kabisa kama pastor.
Ndio mimi si pastor.
Kitu unafaa acha kufunze basi. Hii kitu unafaa ufanye, you have talent. Na hii ni serikali ya bottom up.
Si ndio?
Unaweka sauti ya kazi. Ukitaka kuwa mchungaji, kuna sauti ya kazi.
Sasa mimi si mchungaji.
Sina kufunza. Unaona vile tunaongea hivi? Unataka kuingia kwa injili unasema ningependa, hebu jaribu ningependa
ya kuomba.
Ndio hiyo. Ongea Kiswahili, ongea Kiswahili. Ongea Kizungu ni kutranslatea na Kiswahili.
Siku ya leo.
Today.
Siku ya leo.
Today.
Tuko na maji safi. Maji ni safi. Nasema pilar.
Okay, ongea Kizungu ni kutranslatea na Kiswahili.
I'm saying
leo anasema
today.
Leo
we have clean water.
Tunapeana maji.
Clean water si kupeana.
Alafu unajua hawa wachungaji wa kutranslate unajua kwetu ushago Mlolongo. Tunakuanga na pastor na translator.
Ambaye translator nasemanga vitu za uongo.
Hebu wacha nikuonyeshe. Hebu sema vile Mungu amekubariki, lakini kabla ya hapo useme ulikuwa mtu mkora, nikutranslatea.
Venye Mungu alinibariki.
But kabla ya hapo useme ulikuwa mtu mbaya.
Kitambo alipenda kuvaa suti.
Kitambo alipenda kuvaa suti.
Na siku hizi nilipata Mungu.
Na siku hizi nimepata Mungu.
Nivaa suti na kaa pastor. Si ndio?
Wewe huwezi kuwa pastor wewe.
Mbona nisikuwe pastor?
Ambi imekuzunguka mpaka hauna nyota.
You know, Chipukizi, what I've realized in Ombe, unaona Ombe kuna watu
tengeneza hii mic.
Watu wako na talent,
Yes.
If a man can carry a stone kwa mfuko.
Ndio. Ndio.
Tunaenda kuwatch mpira.
Ndio.
Alafu mawe ipotee katikati yetu, ilienda wapi? Haujui. Mtu amepelekwa na ambulance. That's a talent.
Yes.
Ambaye tujaiona.
Yes.
Sasa leo nataka kufundisha DJ weka gospel ya Kijaluo.
Okay.
Nataka kila wachunguru malo the momi wan kadonge. Ndio nyasaya momi wan ka. Wachunguru malo ogoni yasero kamano. Chunga vitiendi. Ichunga vitiendi kikichunge vimesa ero kamano. Karibu ngechu. DJ pinya play karibu na pause alafu unaongeza tempo kidogo. Nataka tuabudu Mungu in a Luo style
Okay.
Ukipata mtu ako kwa kanisa na ako serious na ako confidence mbele ya kamera.
Ndio.
Huyu ameokoka na kamera. Si na Mungu.
Ndio.
Nataka tuende. Weka mikono juu. Timbani malo kama.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Wali kama. Tiwatima kama. Hero. Ikedo kisongo matini.
Kokaneni Yesu. Kijwa mwemana. Kokaneni rani. Kiweyo ya mawasigo. Pili kedona. Ketendelowe. Amino. Pili lochona.
Alani mapaja wali kama. Tinga malo. Wali kama. Kama. Watu wote. Kama DJ, shika. Si nilikubeba mkono tena kuombea, mimi si pastor wa kwenyu. Watimo kama Jeroma Bay. Kopo no miel imedo sunga matin, sunguri matin, kechuru min kadonge. Wado no miel gimor. Nasema nataka tuna dance na furaha juu Mungu ndo maana tuko hapa.
Kabisa.
Kama si tuko hapa.
Kabisa, nisaidie hii microphone.
Tafadhali. My DJ. Twende kazi. Turudie tena vizuri, si ndio? Twende my DJ. Utatoka hapa kama unajua Kijaluo. Ushakula samaki ya Lake Victoria.
Check.
Fundi wa mitambo. Ushakula rech. Ulikula jana, hiyo si rech. Nitakupeleka Lake Victoria. In the meantime, my DJ, twende kazi. Haya, twende. Weka juu. Basi kidogo. Hey. Zunguka kidogo. Twende. Nataka kutembea mbele kidogo. Tembea. Nyuma. Twende. Haya, weka mikono juu. Twende. Bariki mtu. Bariki. Twende. Mikofi. Twende. That's kidogo. That's kwa maringo. Twende. Sema. Twende. Das kidogo. Das kwa maringo. Otiyo talingalinga. Kama jirani yako dance, mwambie dance. Kama jirani dance, mweke dance vizuri. Twende. Shika. Ndugu yangu kuja. Unaweza kuwa pastor wa kanisa yetu kuja. Jamaa kuna confidence ya kudance. Hii ni confidence chipukizi, unakuwa tafuta talent. Hii
ni mtu ameokoka,
Huyu ni mtu ameokoka.
Mtu ameokoka.
Jambo ndugu yangu.
Na hata vile amevaa unaweza ona ni mtu ameokoka kabisa. Ukiangalia hiyo shati ametoa Italy. Ukiangalia hii trouser ni ya Mexico.
Nakusikia?
Kiatu ndio za Kisii. Kiatu alichukua.
Wapi makofi yake tafadhali? Wapi makofi yake? Nataka tu dance na wewe hii song. Na kuona uko na confidence ya ku dance gospel. Umeokoka? Na umeolewa? Umeoa.
Hati anasema
ameolewa. DJ twende kazi.
DJ twende.
Songa radio usiogope.
Twende. Hapo ndio hapo. Hapo ndio hapo sasa. Panda hapo juu.
Twende. Leta.
Hey.
That's Maringo.
Homa Bay. Tukimngoja makamu wa rais. Tukiendelea kumngojea makamu wetu wa rais. Tunajibamba kidogo. Twende.
Wacha twende.
Hey.
Shika.
Twende.
Chini. Twende. Twende kazi. Moja, mbili, tatu, shika. Makofi yake iko wapi tafadhali? Makofi yake iko wapi?
Lakini ana dance kama mzungu.
Usungacha nimalize. Mimi jamaa na dance kama mtajalipa rent ya 2 years. So uchunge. Ujua mabei, umongo sio kumor. Tuendelee ama tuache na hapa tuanze kesho? Tuache na hapa, si ndio?
Kabisa.
Hatuwezi acha, mbona tuache?
Okay.
Tuko na confidence. No, low people always got. Tafadhali keti. Have a seat please. utasimama uanguke na ambulance iko mbali kidogo. Asante. Salimia jirani yako. Wangapi ni wageni? Nataka kuwafundisha kitu. Wageni. Ukikaa karibu na Mjaluo mwambie udhi nade.
Udhi nade.
Sema si matusi. Udhi nade. Mwambie untie. Shida ni moja. Wewe unasema kitu nimesema. Ukipigwa shida yako. Intie. Ichie ni. Si ichie ninyi. Intie. Uko.
Kuna Mjaluo mmoja nilikuwa nasoma na yeye. Siku moja akapewa swali ya hesabu. Akaulizwa, in a match between Gor Mahia and Sofapaka, calculate the weight of a stone thrown from the terraces to the field using pi r squared. Akakatirikia mwalimu. Akamkasema, mwalimu bwana, hii sio swali ya practical bwana. Hii nipe wacha bwana, rusha mawe.
Bakidi, sema bakidi.
Bakidi. Aki Kijaluo ni tamu. Kijaluo ina sound kama
that is not a Luo, that's a French Luo.
Oh, bakidi.
French Luo.
Bakidi.
Hiyo ni French ya Kijaluo.
Wewe uko na miaka ngapi wewe?
Mimi? 1 2 I think 20 no. 17.
Are you a Gen Z?
No.
You're not?
Niko katikati.
Haya, enda ukae chini ndakuja. Pigeni huyu jamaa makofi tafadhali. Tutakuwa na yeye mpaka ile siku rais atakuja. Is a good man. Sasa unaona huyo talanta yake ni kuhype, kudanzisha watu. Kuna mwingine ako hapa talanta yake ni kudance. Kabla nikuje, mzee nimeona wewe uko sawa. Kuna mtu mwingine ako hapa. Nitakupea 1,000 kama wewe ni mtu unajitambua kudance. I am looking for anybody who has talent that has no money so that we can talanta hela your talent. Kuja saa. Kuja mdosi. Wewe tu ndio dance kwa hapa kwa hii nyumba. Hakuna Gen Z hapa. And I've seen, wacha nisalimie rafiki yangu hapa, nimeona anachukua video na simu. Wacha nikiangalia ni simu gani. You know you're a Luo. Senior, I'm coming on the stage. Let me see. Hiyo ni simu gani? Bro, hii simu unajua ukipita karibu na transformer this one itajiandika charging. That is a weapon you are taking photos with, my brother. Hebu nione hiyo simu. Mimi nakwambia unaibisha Wajaluo bwana. Na kuna SMS imeingia hapa. Nisome. You have not paid your last okoa jahazi bro. Unachoma sa. Hebu niwekee ngoma nikuonyeshe. Mtu ukibarikiwa na Mungu, onyesha talanta yako kama senior hapa. DJ. Senior, hebu onyesha hawa watu. Ukipewa talanta na Mungu. Twende. DJ nitafutie setit. Twende. DJ uko na ngoma ya Gen Z? Tuone kama mzee akiwa kijana alikuwa anazielewa. Unajua tumeona za wazee unaelewa sasa. Jaribu ndakufunza. Wewe si umenifunza ya wazee? Kama hiyo. Hapa tu. Hivi tu. Kuja master. Vile huyu mtu anafanya ndio utafanya. Onyesha mzee. Mfunze. Ndio hiyo mzee.
Atwende hivi.
Miguu hivi. Wewe mzee.
DJ pandisha kidogo. Atwende.
Ndio hiyo. Enyewe umeokoka ndugu yangu. Asante. Shikilia injili saa. Kwama hapo kwa Yesu. Umeona vile ana dance at it? Hivi nika kila mtu hata uchu. Hakuna dansa mwingine hapa hajaokoka kama huyu. Oh, nilikuwa nikupe 1000. Wacha nikupange. Tumalizane madeni. Simu yangu imeenda wapi? Wacha mrembo akuje. Hakuna mwingine. Wapi? Which one? Rapper. Hapa. Bring the phone. Mzee, shika pesa yako tumalizane. Hii ni talanta hela. Mtu asikudanganye. So tukiendelea kungoja Mheshimiwa Rais, pia kama wewe ni rapa na uko hapa, this is a good chance. Masa, wewe ni rapa? Mzee mnataka kutuma mzee hata? Mkoe serious bana. Asante sana. Kiwado Rafael, maybe just a question. Karibia tu saa, ndio watu wajisikie majibu yako. Uko na mtu?
Mtu wa?
Bibi hawa?
Niko na bibi.
Nyumbani ama hapa?
Nyumbani.
Hapa unaweza kuwa unataka?
Hapana.
Hata tukikupea hutaki?
Sitaki.
Kabisa?
Sitaki.
Hawa, asante sana sa. Mapenzi ni tamu. Wanaume tungekuwa kama huyo tungekuwa mbali sana. So I'm looking for a dancer. Anybody who believes that they're a good dancer. Kama umekaa karibu na dancer, nionyeshe nikujie. Wacha nikuje. Haina haja ya mtu akufe na njaa na tuko hapa. Ni huyu. Kono juu. Kuja twende mami. Twende. Sawa. Acha nibadilishe. Ana nilijaribu pande iko. Very nice. Kuja senior. Nimeona mzee wangu hapa. Uchumi wa majini. Kwani watu wakivua hawajibambi? Kwani ukitengeneza pesa unaendanga wapi? Which one sir? Ma'am. You know, it is not me. People are proposing you here. Senior nimekuona. People are saying that you are wasting your talent. You should don't do. No, it is you. The two of you. Let us go. Come. Kujeni, hakuna shida. There is no problem. Na hii mzee tumeweka hapa mbele. DJ uweke mzee kitu moja tuone. Hangala. Mzee unakaa hatari bwana. Mzee bwana. Young ladies, ngojeni kwanza, kaeni hapa for your safety. Iko mzee hapa kwa stage. Mtu anafanya hivi. DJ weka hiyo hangala tuone. Ladies and gentlemen, ndani ya Homa Bay. Hey! Yo! Yale bro hilo sing. DJ. Ladies, you are safe. Come ladies, you are safe. DJ. I have seen. Amezeeka is not as aggressive. Kidogo, kuja. Unajua uzee ni dawa. Nimegundua uzee ni dawa ya ukora. Kizeeka. Mama come. Please, you DJ, please put that thing, DJ. We see how senior is going to behave. The same one. Tukingoja makamu wetu wa rais. Tumepata madansa kutoka Dubai. Twende.
Wapi Steph?
Hey.
Msalimie Isa.
Hawa. Ngoja DJ. Wazee wameamuka. Kuja mzee. Ngoja nyinyi ndio mnafanya wazee waamuke na mnaenda. Mtaenda aje? Kwani hamuelewi hii kitu nyinyi? DJ hebu achilia hiyo kitu bwana. Mimi nakwambia uko mzee hapa. Uko mzee hapa. Uko mzee hapa. Ngoja DJ ngoja. Unajua shida niko nayo na mzee ni moja. Mzee anadansa alafu anaanza kugeuka. Sijui anaenda wapi huko mzee. DJ tuendelee kutoka juu DJ, tuendelee kutoka juu DJ. Mama. Twende mzee. Wapiga kabla. Mzee aendelee asiendelee? Basi naomba sisi wote tusimame ndiposa tuwakaribishe wageni wetu waheshimiwa, Waziri Ali Hassan Joho akiwa na gavana wetu wa hili jimbo. Tuwapigeni makelele shangwe wanapojiunga na sisi hapa. DJ nipe ngoma kidogo bana. DJ kidogo. Karibu sana waziri. Karibu sana Your Excellency. Asante sana. Basi asante sana. Basi jamani, naomba tuketi tafadhali. DJ nipe muziki kidogo. Asante. Thank you so much. Waziri, with your permission, naomba tusimame kwa wimbo wa taifa kindly. Sorry sir. Wimbo wa taifa. Naomba tubaki tumesimama kwa maombi, tutaongozwa na viongozi wetu wa kidini. Karibuni sana.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Arrahmanirrahim. Maliki yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladina an'amta alayhim غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين يا رب العالمين.
Shall we pray? King of kings and Lord of lords, Father, we thank you for this opportunity that you have given us, Jehovah God. We thank you for the wealth of wisdom that you keep giving unto us. We thank you for the opportunities that we get to know, to get knowledge, Jehovah, from this world. Father, we thank you for the tender mercies. We thank you for the journey mercies. We thank you for the gift of life, Jehovah. Father, we commit in a special way and with a lot of humility this summit unto your able hand. That, Father, may you please accord us peace and serenity, offer us conducive atmosphere that our
Pongeze kwa makofi tafadhali kwa maombi. Thank you so much. Cabinet Secretary, Blue Economy, Governor of this great county, PSS present, MPs present, all protocols observed. Waziri, tayari tumefanya mazungumzo panels mbili. Tunakukaribisha sana kwa mazungumzo haya.
Excellency the Governor for Homa Bay County, Excellency Gladys Wanga, the members of Parliament here present, led by our Member of Parliament, Honorable Kaluma, Woman Rep for Homa Bay County, Honorable Bensouda, Suba North Member of Parliament, Honorable Millie Odhiambo, all protocols observed. Your Excellency, yesterday we made our remarks, and I just want to thank you and thank you, the panelists, for this event and the participant. So today I'll not be talking. Kindly allow me to donate my 2 minutes to 4 key people to just speak onto this theme. And I'll start with Tom Guda, the National Chairperson for BMU. Kindly, 1 minute.
Asante sana. Thank you so much, PS, to my friend and Waziri wa Uvuvi, Governor Joe. Karibu Homa Bay. I can see my good governor. Already I'm told, forget about the rest. I want to commit here and say, blue economy and fisheries is about the communities that are seated in this hall. Any intervention of any kind must transform lives of the people in this hall. And we are going to work with Governor Joe, who is now my CS. I met him in his office with a big delegation, and they are behind, they can stand. This is important. Wapigie makofi hawa wanaume. Governor told me, Guda, engage me on these issues, deliverables, things that are going to transform the lives of the fisher folk in the Republic of Kenya. Na bwana CS, tulikubaliana na tundalea hivyo hivyo. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Tom, and thank the BMU units, the leadership of BMU units in the Lake Victoria region. Next, I want to request Caesar Asio, the CDO of Victory Farms, is here to represent the private sector in the blue economy. Thank you.
Mabe amoso unokwe, okwe kendo, erokamano Waziri Joho, Governor Wanga, all protocols observed. It's been a very satisfying session this morning. when we explored the opportunities available in the value chain of fisheries and talked about each component and realized the great potential that we have in Homa Bay County and around the lake. We thank you for this particular ceremony, and we look forward to a great Madaraka Day. God bless.
Thank you, Caesar, and all the private sector that have invested in the blue economy space. Let's continue supporting each other. Let's continue supporting our communities. And I just want to thank you, and the county government is also here to continue supporting you. Your Excellency, let me go now to our development partner. I will invite Lucy Kimani, the program coordinator for Gatsby Africa. We work closely to ensure we plan the resources around the lake. Lucy, over to you.
Thank you. I don't have the flair of the previous speakers, but I am also just as excited for blue economy and particularly aquaculture as everybody who's here. We had discussions around the potential for aquaculture to create jobs, incomes for women and youth in the morning, and we encourage the youth to not just participate as employees, but as innovators, as entrepreneurs, as owners of farms, and we know the government is going to support you. There's a lot of work that's been done by the State Department to support BMUs to participate in the aquaculture industry, and Gatsby is here to continue supporting the sector.
Thank you, Lucy, and thank you, Gatsby Africa. Our next partner is also a very key partner. But before I call her, let me just acknowledge the country rep, our own son from Homa Bay, Ronald. Tafadhali simama, you wave to the crowd. He's a country rep for IFAD Kenya. And with those few remarks, I would like to invite Madam Mariatu, who is the IFAD country director. The support that we are getting for cages, for the landing sites, is because of this beautiful team and this beautiful lady. Thank you, Mariatu. You can say something.
Thank you very much, my sister. No, the support is not because of me. The support is because of the Kenyan people.
Well said.
Because whatever we're doing, it's for the Kenyan people. And IFAD, we don't have a project in Kenya. We have a Kenyan government, and we are only supporting them through loans. So it's not an IFAD project, it's a government of Kenya project. So let me stress that. But again, I really want to thank the Kenyan government for the opportunity, because we are in many countries in the world. But the support we have received from the Kenyan government is incredible. I have worked with several cabinet secretaries, and one thing is common to all of them. They have the passion to move things. And the governors, especially the women governors, they are incredible. So really, I just want to comment here today that IFAD, we're here to stay, and we're here to support the Kenyan government.
And we will do everything in our power to ensure that the blue economy gets to the place where it's supposed to be. It's a very important sector in Kenya, and we are ready to be part of the journey. Thank you, Mariatu, and well said, it's for the Kenyan people. Your Excellency, as I conclude, I just want to thank everybody who has supported us in participating in this theme, starting with my brother, Mr. Dennis Itumbi, who is the co-chair in this theme, my colleague, P.S. Harikintai, thank you so much, and the entire team from the national government and county government. Therefore, with those few remarks, I humbly request to call the Honorable Member, Honorable Kaluma, to give his views. Thank you so much.
The CS for mining, blue economy and maritime affairs, the PSS heading the various departments under your ministry, the Governor for Homa Bay, Madam Excellency Gladys Atieno,
the entire leadership of Homa Bay here present, including our Deputy Governor, the leaders of the industry in the blue economy and other relevant sectors in this conference, and our people. CS, allow me to thank you in a very special way for holding this conference.
It has been a great eye opener. The discussions have been very enriching. We now see our lake beyond the fish. And we now understand why mining, blue economy, and maritime affairs have been integrated into one ministry by the government. We spoke yesterday. I know you have a very busy schedule. The Honorable CS, let me just do recognition of my colleagues present. CS and team, we have with us before you the neighboring MP, the Member of Parliament for Rango constituency, the Honorable Dr. Lilian Gogo, thank you very much, Daktari. We have the women rep for Homa Bay, the Honorable Dr. Joyce Osoro Bensouda, and Pacho, this is our home. Welcome, County MP. We have the minority whip in the National Assembly, the Honorable Lily Obiambo Mabona. CS, if you only permit, because of our leadership position, because you remember that guy who was called Fadigal, the one that woman yesterday, we allowed the Fadigal to say something and then invite our deputy governor to take the program.
To the bad boy CS for mining, to our governor, Honorable Gladys Yasunawanda, to the peers, all the leaders, all protocol observed. God is good, and all the time. I've been given 1 minute, and with that 1 minute, let me request to say one thing in Luo and one in English. In Luo, Joturwa Uti, Umon, Oye, Oche, Oche, Amino Beloche. Joturwa, the man who wants to give the Luo, Maduo Kapesi, Madam Pierce, just stand up. Please, Madam. Mariatu, please stand up. Joturwa, Mariatu ni taiwago ni kichaneno kwa wako gimore luete. Berto vero ni katakunero, kukuero lando. Kikboti yo mabere. Nyako ni, tuonge gimore luete. Ndito wa kubaliso he. Kama kunge tuna na kayo. Wale hakusaburia. Nitu wena madia dia gitiche magiti o mabero. Uwero niko soko wero. Uwero. Sekuwa de ni kota mojo moko gina wade gomeka. Thank you. Bwana CS. What I have said is the two ladies are doing an amazing job and we appreciate. That is what I've said in Kijaluo. That is the correct interpretation. Then the last thing that I want to now say in English, that fishing has immense potential. Coming from a fishing area in Subano, Honorable CS, we are talking with you outside here. This is the gold that Kenya needs. Fishing has immense potential. If we invest in fishing, then all the problems we're having in this country will be a thing of the past. Finally, the only other thing I want to say is God is an amazing God. I was born and raised in this small town, Biejano, no Yike town. Bwana CS, hata ukiona saa hii nimekuwa bad girl, and I'm as beautiful and as intelligent as I am. I was born and raised in this town. We used to come to this place. This town only had there are 3 TVs. One was at the DC's residence, so we couldn't go. The other one was at the police station, and we feared the police, we couldn't go. This was the Farmers Training Center. So all of us in this town used to watch one TV here. How amazing that the place we used to watch TV has become a university. I'm telling you, where there is determination, a lot will change. And the way I'm seeing the county is determined in moving forward, it's a county of endless potential. And the way I'm seeing that we are working together with the government to bring about change, I can only see better things for Homa Bay. Let me take this opportunity to call the Tafadhali Honorable Magwanga. Thank you.
Thank you so much. To Your Excellency, the Governor for Homa Bay, the CS, a former colleague, and now also a former deputy party leader. The principal secretary is present, the entire delegates, including the members of parliament of this region. I'll not exclude the women rep. Good morning. Good morning. I just want to be so brief. Number one, I must appreciate the department or the Ministry of Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs for the entire support they have given to Homa Bay County. You have really worked with us so closely. You have supported us so much, and we must appreciate that. And that is actually yesterday when I was here, I did mention research and development that since we have our only university in Homa Bay, this Tomboya University to be as our research and development center for this region. It would be key to embrace other species of fish which has high value. That is actually so key for us. And all the monies for research, Honorable Waziri, should actually be channeled to this institution. Another very, very important thing or aspect is, because this is our lifeline, we must conclude the Lake Victoria Ring Road for easy access to all the beaches within the region, so that, because fish is perishable, so that the fish can reach to the market. And then we have also another aspect that is actually so key for us, which we have to look at, refrigeration, because this fish must actually have some cooling systems to enable this fish to reach to our market. So we look at the entire fish value chain, which will create employment opportunities to our young people. Just like I said yesterday, that we faced it when it came to the finance bill. So we don't want to face that issue this June, which is coming just 2 days time. Lastly, I don't want to take a lot of time. Given that the national government has supported us to have the pier here, so the number of ships will be docking. So we have to look at other piers within the region. And as we do that, the freshwater lake, the entire world are in competition of fresh water all over the world. So this is actually the second biggest fresh water lake. We had the 1959 treaty, which should be looked into so that we can utilize it to supplement the fishing, the blue economy, and others, including agriculture and livestock within the region. So with all that, I beg that we are going to network, collaborate, work very closely, hand in hand, to ensure that there is a huge impact within this region. We will now, I only have one thing to do, because it is my humble duty to invite Your Excellency to come.
Thank you very much, Excellency Deputy Governor, Excellency CS Hassan Ali Joho, the leadership that is present here, private sector partners, our BMUs. Good morning. Untie de Turua. De Turua. And because CS, we spoke here yesterday, and we have a very busy day because we also have His Excellency the President arriving in Homa Bay just this afternoon, and we have to go to different places. I will not say much. I'll introduce the first gentleman, my husband, Mr. Wanga, who's also a fisherman formerly. Asante sana. Thank you very, very much. So I think we have contextualized the issue in this room, that the blue economy is about the people, for the people, with the people, must make sense to the people. Every conversation we're having here must make sense to these, our BMUs, our fisher folk, and the general population of Homa Bay. So 2 points that I believe tomorrow we should leave this place with answers to. One is the security on our way. So that these our fishermen are safe. Tomorrow we hope that when we leave here, when His Excellency leaves this place, we will have a solid solution to the insecurity on our way that is affecting the fishermen, not just in Homa Bay, but across the lake region. Two is the issue of sustainability of our lake. People are fishing and the fish is finishing, and I'm happy that tomorrow we will have a solution to the issue of how to empower these our BMUs, these our fisher folk, so that we don't fish just for yesterday, we fish for today, we fish for tomorrow, and our children and great-grandchildren will still find fish in the lake when the time comes. The issue of value addition, which is with our private sector, we hope that we can work together to see that our fish can find space to be processed, not just far away, but also here, so that the jobs we're talking about are created. Hiyo tu ndio maneno. Mimi sina maneno kushinda hapo. These our BMUs have a very strong circle. We hope also that His Excellency can use that support them. So that when we talk about fishing here, they are able to get. And I just don't have the time, but we are very grateful, Waziri. Yesterday we were with you at Achich, we were with you in Gary. The support that your ministry is offering together with your peers and the entire team, we are very happy. Madaraka, the support that IFAD is working together with the Kenya government to push forward is making a real difference in the lives of the people. We just want it to be added, increased, multiplied without subtraction, so that you get to where you're going. Such a victory for the work that you do and the other private sector fish areas. Your Excellency, Waziri, you're welcome to come and speak to your people. Kwa sababu wao ni watu wako, waongeleshe, wavivuzie, uwaambie.
Kama noma, kama mbaya, bad boy.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Governor Gladys Atieno Nyasunawanga, for first of all hosting us in this great county. I will be as brief as the governor because we have to rush to some other function. But I think the purpose, the intention of having this conversation is really to capture the aspirations and the needs and the demands of the people. Because our role as government is really to create an enabling environment for all of us to prosper as a people. So therefore, we commit that every conversation that we've had here, we have captured, we have taken note, and our responsibility is to work on the delivery. What I want the country and the world to know, that the conversation around our resources here, what is defined in the blue economy, as the others would call coffee black gold, for us, we're calling our fish blue gold going forward. And because we are dealing with gold, lives must transform. Wealth must be created. Opportunities must be availed. By all means, by hook or crook. Kama ni noma, noma. Kama ni mbaya, mbaya. But lives must change. And therefore, I really, on behalf of the ministry and the government, I want to thank the partners we have. I want to thank Gatsby, IFAD, and other partners, and the bank, the World Bank, and others for the partnership, and the collaboration that we've undertaken over the period. To the BMU's chairman, you're my friend. You came to my office with your team, and I told you, I come from a fisherfolk area. By extension, I asked someone, and the bad girl, I'll explain to you. I asked, we call ourselves, people in the coastal region, Itanga Baharia. People who come from the ocean, and they've used the ocean in one way or another. Wanasema sisi ni Baharia. Nikauliza, canoe, if you can move a canoe from one point to another, do I qualify to be called a Baharia? They told me yes. So as I stand here, mimi ni Baharia, kama vile wewe tu. Then I asked if I ever went out to the sea with my fishing line, dropped it and caught a few fish, do I qualify to be called a fisherman? They said, of course. So also I stand here as a fisherman. And in this space, it's not rocket science. You've done it over the period. For so long, what you've needed all along is the support from government and other institutions. So I want to tell you, we are committing to support you through and through. From diversifying, and we've learned from my brother Caesar here, Victoria, the programs they have run over the period, the support they have given. We know what it takes and what it means to our economy and ourselves if we diversify our means, particularly in catching fish. Particularly. Then the entire value chain, so that we must not allow our people to continue to suffer from post-harvest losses, so that you can preserve your fish well, you can value add properly, because the way I understand fish, there is nothing for throwing. Hata matumbo can be turned into something. Sasa mimi nataka niseme hivi. Si mimi niko hapa? Si mimi ni mtu yenu? Sinaweza kufanya kazi? Sintawafanyia vizuri, kama noma, kama mbaya. Ber kusoku ber. Ber kusoku ber. Mungu awabariki.
Asante DJ. Thank you so much. Basi nafikiri waziri, tukiondoka tutaomba viongozi walio hapa, tafadhali if you can pass by the booths. Tutakubali waziri, viongozi wote waondoke. Tutaendelea na the next panel as we had agreed. Waziri akitembelea booths, tutabaki hapa ndani tuendelee na mazungumzo. Muomba my moderator of the second session kindly. Naomba tuendelee. Mami, karibu. So kindly ushers nisaidieni na viti mnieke hapa juu. Kindly ushers. My moderator, you'll guide me if you have enough quorum. Niweke muziki senior. Ushers mtanisaidia na microphones tafadhali. Alafu pia DJ. Pia baadaye tukimaliza hii panel pia nita encourage all of us wale wako hapa tupitie booth so that tuone exhibitions zimewekwa hapo. Sawa DJ. So as we wait for the panel, kuna video hapa nitacheza kwenye screens Kindly I will request that we watch them. Ziko na some very useful information for all of us. So DJ, if you're ready, you can just play the videos for us. Tuzitizame tu, ziko na some good info. Nipe audio DJ.
Kwa majina ni Cecilia Naserian, mimi ni mkazi wa hapa Ngatu B. Mimi ni mkulima wa samaki, pia ni mkulima wa chakula vingine kama mahindi, maharagwe. Hii kazi ya ufugaji wa samaki ninafanya kwa sababu mzee ashughuliki naye. Mzee anataka zile ufugaji kubwa ya ng'ombe. Sasa akiona samaki, yeye anasema hiyo ni kazi ya wamama. Sasa mimi inanifaidi sana, ni bangi yangu. Yeye ashughuliki naye. Pesa hapa ninauza samaki, nasomesha watoto, niko na watoto wako shuleni. Pia inanisaidia mahitaji yangu ya ile tu ya kawaida ya binadamu. Samaki haina kazi nyingi sana kama tuseme kama ng'ombe. Samaki ukishaipea chakula na uwekea maji safi, hautashinda hapo kwa kidimbwi eti kuchunga samaki. Unaenda shughuli zingine zako kufanya kazi zingine. Sasa ina stress, ni biashara starehe. Hata saa hii ninaitwa tu mama samaki. Unasikia tu kwa umbali samaki. Nikisikia samaki tu napinduka, najua ni mimi ninaitwa. Sasa wanafurahia kwa sababu hata wengine tayari saa hii hawakuwa wanajua samaki. Walikuwa wanaona samaki kwa picha. Wanakuja kutembea huku kuona live. Mpaka saa hii wengine wanakula, wangu wanakula. Pia hata mimi sikuwa nakula. Kitambo nianze kufuga ndio nimeanza kuonja kidogo. Saa hii mimi ni mlafi kabisa ya samaki. Kwanza Wamasai hawakuwa kabisa wanadhubutu kusikia hii harufu, lakini saa hii hata kama anakula kwa sababu ni dawa, anafunga kidogo mabua ndio akule asisikie harufu, lakini inatibu mwili wake. Vile serikali saa hii inaangazia hii mambo ya samaki, huwa nimepelekwa matrainings mingi sana kwenda kusoma umuhimu wa samaki, jinsi ya kufuga, jinsi ya kutunza pond. Wamenielimisha kwanza, wamenisaidia na hizi liner, hata hizo fingerlings ndio walituletee, wametusaidia nazo. Wakatupatia hii ya kuzuia zile predators, hiyo net. Wametusaidia sana na tutanufaika hata zaidi. Maji yetu, dhamani yetu.
Asante. Basi moderator, if you're ready, kindly. Now, this is a different video.
We have dwindling stocks of Nile perch. We have dwindling stocks of tilapia, and we need to bring all stakeholders on the table because there are measures that have to be taken to deal with these challenges. One of which we have used over the years is closing the lake for certain periods. And you find that we don't quite agree because people want to go to the lake every day. But if we bring our beach management units and we bring every stakeholder on the table, then we can agree that there are periods which we can close, say fishing of omena and others. We now have the plant in Kisumu, the Kabonyo Kanyagwal plant, which is supposed to help us in generating fingerlings, which should be used to restock the lake. We are working with the fisherfolk on security of the beaches, supporting them with patrol boats and patrol equipment. Number 2, we are supporting the groups to get some fishing gear. Number 3, the beach management units have a SACCO, which as a county government we have funded, so that the fisher folk can be able to get loans at a cheaper price. We have also done cages to support our farmers through these cages. We are also giving fingerlings to the fish farmers and supporting them also with fish feed. We are also supporting those who are doing fish ponds outside of the lake to support our the blue economy sector and the fisheries sector. Maji yetu, thamani yetu.
Maji yetu, dhamani yetu. Basi, with your permission, good people, nitaomba tuende kwa mazungumzo tena. So, I will call back on stage our moderator who is going to introduce the panel. Tumpigeni makofi senior, tafadhali, she's done a good job kutoka asubuhi. Karibu sana mama.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's not very easy to take the floor after such a warm and heated conversations. Do you agree? I think everybody looks so like, because the leaders are not in the house, they look a bit dull. Can we stand?
My senior, I can help you with that. Yeah. That is my forte. Let me show you. Now that you're here, just 30 seconds.
All right, tinaka tumechoka, si ndio? Nataka tunyoroshe vavu kidogo tukienda tunavua samaki, si ndio? In the meantime, DJ, nataka I love to play with the gospel, kwa sababu Mungu nafanya tukafa. DJ
uko na gani?
Gospel yote. Ya Kijaluo, yani hata Kijaluo yote. DJ, una band. Ya, Joma be, umoko soko moja. Rongo moja. Haya, wambia Martin, kidogo, tuende tu hivi.
Twende.
Kidogo hivi.
Hivi? Hata wewe uko hapa.
Hivi.
Hata wewe uko hapa.
Hivi. Kidogo. Kidogo. Alafu unaweka kichwa hivi.
Hey.
Unajua dance ya baba?
Hii ni baba style.
Hii ni baba style. Twende hivi.
Sawa.
Kama DJ.
Thank you very much. I would just like us to have the same energy that we had in the morning as we go into this, our second panel discussion. And this discussion is very important because it is what is going to enable all opportunities that we talked about in the morning to be able to be actualized. And so it is my honor and privilege to call onto the platform the panelists who will be participating in this panel. Allow me to start with Mr. Jared Agano, standing in for the Director General, Kenya Fisheries Service. Kindly take your place, Mr. Agano. Let's welcome Mr. Agano. Thank you very much. We also would like to welcome, even though she already welcomed us, the CEC in charge of Blue Economy and Fisheries in the wonderful county of Homa Bay. Please, let's give a round of applause for Waziri Sarah. Karibu Waziri. We already met Mr. Guda, the national chairman for the BMU network. He's a host, and he will be able to engage us on some of the issues that they're undertaking within the BMU level. And then, one thing that is very, very true is that it's very difficult to see fish. Can you see fish under the water? Can you? And we need a lens for us to see fish. And that lens in the national government of Kenya is being spearheaded by the Kenya Marine Fisheries Research Institute. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Mwaluma the acting CEO for the Kenya Marine Fisheries Institute, and he will be able to take us through what we are doing as a government to ensure that our research, our science is supporting sustainable fisheries. And we did not just call participants that are national. We also decided to call participants who are active in the African region. I am sure many of you have, to some extent, interacted with IOC UNESCO. And today we are honored to be with the lead for the IOC UNESCO Africa Sub-Regional Office in Nairobi, Dr. Ibukun, who is from Nigeria, and he will be able to tell us a few words in Nigeria now that we've been talking too many Luo here. And as Dr. Ibukun takes his seat, allow me to recognize in our presence the chair for the IOC UNESCO Africa Sub-Regional Office. This is an honor, Kenyans, and Helen, please don't sit down, Ambassador Helen Gishui. It is an honor. For the first time, Kenya is the chair for the UNESCO IOC Africa and Small Island Development States in Africa. This lady won fairly and squarely. She is a tough lady. She is a local from the Lake region. Thank you, and karibu, Helen. I would also like to call onto the stage. I think a lot has been said about IFAD support to the development of aquaculture and also the blue economy in general. And Mr. Ronald Ajengo has accepted to be part. I think he has stepped out, and please, could someone help me get him to be on the stage? He will be joining us to speak about some of the support that we are receiving from IFAD to support us in strengthening our policy environment. And last but not least, we have a very able partner within the blue economy sector that is supporting development initiatives right from the grassroots and focusing in the Lake Victoria Basin. Allow me, and please join me in welcoming Wycliffe Ochanga, the Managing Director for the Lake Basin Development Authority. So thank you very much. That's the team that we have this afternoon. Some of you missed the morning session. We had very, very lively discussions. And I don't know whether our seniors were briefed, because each of them who stood here just talked about what we had discussed in the morning. And for me, that was very fulfilling, because I realized that the discussions were very relevant for the sector and for going forward in terms of development in the sector. And as I said, it is not possible for any sector to develop if the policy, if the regulations, if the legal frameworks are not enabling. We need to have an environment that is conducive, not only for investment, but also for sustainability of the resource that we are exploiting. We all know fisheries is a very precious commodity. And unless we have good and working policies, regulations, legal frameworks, then we stand the risk of over-exploiting our fisheries or overusing our resources. And so this panelist here today will help us to be able to understand what are the legal, what are the policy frameworks that are in place, which ones are not there, and what do we need to do to be able to have a sector that is well regulated, a sector that is serving the interest of everyone, from the lowest to the highest. And so we will be able to start our conversation, and as we did in the morning, we will take the same approach. We will allow participants, the audience, to also contribute. And so, as we did in the morning, please have your notebooks ready, have your pens ready, and I will be giving you opportunity to contribute to the discussion. And before I forget myself, my name is Susan Otieno. I am a director in the State Department for the Blue Economy and Fisheries. And I'm not so sure if I'm seeing clearly, but he was my teacher. You are my teacher, sir. Can you give him, he taught me. He may have forgotten me because he has taught so many people, but he taught me, and this is your product, sir. I have served in this sector for 27 years. So thank you very much. So that's the approach we will be taking. And as I sit down, I want to start with our CEC for Homa Bay County, the land of plenty. And Waziri Sarah, you are holding a very important docket in this county. There are so many livelihoods that are reliant on fisheries and the blue economy sector in general. And these people deserve decent living. They deserve to earn from their import. They deserve to have jobs or to create jobs that are rewarding. A number of issues came up in the morning discussions, and a number of them were priorities and opportunities that we could use to be able to even make blue economy and the fisheries and aquaculture value chain better, and some of them were also challenges. I'm not asking you to dwell on the challenges because this was talked about in the morning, but I would just like you to say and to inform this active audience what it is that the County of Homa Bay is currently doing to be able to address some of those challenges and opportunities that were mentioned in the morning. And are you doing this alone or you're doing this with partners? So that the people here can also go home satisfied that their county is responding to their needs and addressing some of the concerns and issues that are very important to them. Karibu.
Thank you. I was really up in the morning when you said we can address these people in the language that they understand best. So at some point, you'll allow me to address them in the language that they understand best. I know they understand English, but at a time, I'll speak in our mother tongue. So my name, just as has been said, is Malit Sarah. I'm the CCM in charge of blue economy, fisheries, mining, and digital economy in Homa Bay County. Our mandate as a county in this blue economy department is to ensure a sustainable utilization and production of the water resources. And our interest here are the people of Homa Bay, who are the fisher folk, the fish traders, the fish transporters, and anybody involved in the fish industry in its wholesome value chain. But allow me to also explain to this audience that blue economy, even though we focused really in fisheries, is not only in fisheries. Blue economy delves much into issues of life and resource in water, on water, alongside water, and any activity within the water. That is blue economy. So it is not only fisheries. It might also talk about a bit of mining in the water, and we also know that there are minerals under the water. But there is also fisheries done on land. So mine will be two. I'm going to give you an insight on what, as a county, we are doing in the waters and on the land. So in Homa Bay County, we are surrounded with 5 sub-counties that are riparian. Those are sub-counties that touch the lake. The rest of them that are 3 do not touch the lake. So with a population of 1.3 million, our two major economic activities is agriculture and fishing. We are a fisher folk, as we are called Jonam, Ananyanam. That is the language we understand best. And that is another reason why sometimes when we are talking about solutions of our challenges, I sit back and say, really, will our people adopt these solutions that we are providing? Because traditionally, we are used to wild capture, wild fishing, taking our nets, taking our baits, going into the lake and hunting for fish. And we've all learned from the last discussions that there is a great challenge on that. So because our discussions were around fisheries, let me also delve into fisheries and what we are doing alongside fisheries. Now fisheries is in two, and that we all know. That is the wild capture and aquaculture. Homa Bay, because we are blessed with the lake, 80% of the Nyanza Lake is in Homa Bay County. We really boast of that. But still, we have the challenge of fish having declined in the lake. And today, you heard somebody raise a concern that our people are fighting over fishing areas and over breeding zones. How do we then address this challenge? As a county, in wild capture, we are organizing our BMUs. We organize our BMUs to co-manage our beaches. And recently we held our BMU elections, which was very successful. And the leaders that were chosen are here in this summit. So we are addressing the right people. This BMU network helps us in organizing the assemblies. We have assemblies at the beaches. The beaches have got assemblies. The assemblies are made up of 1, the boat owners, 2, the fishermen, 3, the fish traders, and any other person that is doing any activity around fish, including those who are making boats, those who are mending the nets, and those who are also drying the fish and frying them. Everybody handling fish forms part of that assembly. So the BMUs help us to bring this assembly together. 1, to help in easy management of the beaches. 2, to create security within those beaches. As a county, we've realized that people come from non-riparian counties and come to hide in Homa Bay. There are people who have come from other counties to just seek refuge in Homa Bay as a fisherman after committing some illegalities. So these assemblies help us to fish them out by establishing rules within the beaches that when you come from a non-riparian county, we have to know where you're coming from. We have to trace, even through your administration, the chiefs and the sub-chiefs. So when we engage you into the beaches, you are somebody we know. You are not posing the risk of our women, the lives of our women into risk. So these beach management units are very vital to us. 2, we are organizing them into cooperatives. Somebody said it was a concern that are we really concerned about the development of our fisher folk? Because of lack of resources, we know that government can only assist through groups, and that is why we have societies that help them come into groups. We train them so that they can access resources, access funds. The management of the beaches are today done through cooperatives, and our governor is committed to provide them with seed capital to start running the cooperatives. But this is also a pathway through which other development partners can tag into. We've started working with the banks, including Equity Bank, in training them to access credit to enhance their businesses alongside the beaches. In capture fisheries still, we are licensing. We are licensing our fisher folk. I know there is controversy on licensing. we are asking, is it the national government doing it? Is it the county government doing it? Yes, but I know these roles were disbandled, and the county has got the role to license. As a county, we've not started licensing, and still this role was being done by the national government because it was not yet in our Finance Act. But it's being put in this next year's Finance Act, and we will be licensing our fisher folk, the boats and the fishermen. Because of the diminishing fish in the lake, we are today now training our fisher folk to embrace aquaculture. And today we are encouraging people to adopt cage farming. And we have a lot of players coming into place in Homa Bay, and we all know that Victory Farms is one of our major players. We have Rio Farms, and our farmers are now getting extension services from our fisheries officers, training them to move from wild capture to aquaculture. Of course, this is the way to go, because the lake has been exhausted, and the only way to make it rest is for us to look at another way of sustaining the livelihoods of our fisher folk. Our life depend on fish. So apart from wild capture now, we can get fish from aquaculture. Our main challenge is capital, because these fisher folk, these people are very rich, by the way, and they are the most generous group in our communities, because you will find a woman who is lacking food in their homes, just walk along the lake. And when they visit these people at the boats, they ask them for mena or ngege or fulu, they will be given free of charge. They will give them free of charge. Yeah, so we are trying to persuade them so that their livelihood can continue. And we are talking about wealth creation here, not just fishing for the sake of fishing. We want to transform their livelihood. Yeah? And that is why we are moving them from keeping money under the beds to joining cooperatives to now getting money from the banks. Because we have that wealth. So as a country, we have those systems in place, and aquaculture is our next frontier, both pond culture and cage culture. So extension services are our major practice that we are providing as a department, and also sourcing for funds from other key players. You've also asked me who we are working with. We are working with Gatsby. Gatsby, who has just left here, is helping us in planning the lake. Together with Kemfree, they are doing for us a special plan that has not yet been completed. This is going to help us as a county to know which areas to place the cages and which areas to leave for lake transport or water transport, and which areas to leave for our fisher folk to do wild capture. We are working with Red Cross Kenya, especially in rescue, and they are also doing provision of nets and fishing gears to our farmers. We are working with the Eco Network. Eco Network is off-taking. They're doing off-take of fish from our cage farmers and also from wild capture farmers, fisher folk. We're also working with Gatsby in provision of feeds and extension services. We're also working with Aquarich. So we have got a lot of players around aquaculture, and we believe that soon our people's lives, the fisher folks' life, will be transformed, because this is our livelihood, even though there are these challenges. But this conversation we're having today is really promising for us as the people of Homa Bay. This is the Bay of endless potential, and we are now at the verge of unlocking its potential. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cici. She is very articulate, isn't it? Jothurwa uwinjo? Uwinjo gima county timo? Koro kidong chien wachni. I have just said in French that the counties they have had, if you remain behind, it's now your problem. Please visit the counties and get the benefit that the CCM has articulated very clearly. Thank you very much. And she took longer, and I couldn't stop her because she is the host. I don't want her to release the dogs on me, you know? So I will not be very generous with the next panelist because we are standing in between lunch and for our very active audience. We got into this facility, but we didn't knock on the door. Unfortunately, please forgive us. You know how you just get into someone's house and you take over the sitting room? That is what we did. Professor Ochola, please forgive us. I would like to give you a moment just to let the audience know that you are the one in charge of this magnificent, beautiful, wonderful institution of learning, and that you are a very generous professor. You decided not to enjoy the fruits from these deliberations alone, that you have invited your fellow colleagues from other universities to come and listen in and be able to take the message on how Kenya is harnessing blue economy back to their institutions. So allow me, sir, to give you a moment to introduce your colleagues.
Thank you, Ms. Otieno. I'm Charles Ochola. I'm the Vice Chancellor of Tom Mboya University. Having said that, because I don't want to take much time, I have my colleagues who have come to this important event in the history of this country and this county. And on my right, immediate right, we have Professor Alo Obudo. She's the Vice Chancellor of Masai Mara University. After her is Professor Samuel Gudu. Professor Gudu is the Vice Chancellor of Rongo University, who actually was the teacher to Ms. Otieno. And Dorcas is very fond of her teachers.
Yes, he taught me at the Moi University.
Yeah.
Chepkoilel campus.
Professor Gudu taught her at Moi University, Chepkoilel campus. On my immediate right again is John Chemuningwa. George Chemuningwa is the principal of Turkana University College. And on the way, we've just gone out a bit, we'll see him when he comes in, is Professor Paul Wainaina of Kenyatta University. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much, Professor. Now we feel at home. Please just don't release the dogs on us. We are good guests and we come in peace. We continue with our discussion, and please, I hope you have noted down what our CC has talked about in regards to some of the support and programs that the county is actually engaged in to be able to even make blue economy more functional. And I want to shift gears a bit and now talk to community. We are in the bottom-up transformation agenda era. And this government gives a lot of focus, a lot of prominence to the community. Within the fisheries sector, we have recognized this, not just by speech, but through a regulation. We have in place a regulation that enables and empowers legally the communities who are engaged in fishing to be co-managers with the bank of the precious fisheries resource. And in our midst today, we have so many representatives from the beach management units who are present here. They have power, they have authority, they have everything that it takes to ensure that the fisheries resources is used in a sustainable manner for now and for future. And today, it is my honor to give Mr. Tom Guda the opportunity to briefly, thank you. Mr. Guda to briefly just inform the audience, some of whom may not know the powers that they have, on what it is that they have been empowered to do under the regulation, and how are they using these powers in order to regulate and enable sustainable fisheries practices at the beach levels. Karibu, Mr. Guda.
Okay. Thank you so much, moderator, Madam Susan, and co-panelists. As correctly put, I'm Tom Guda, and I seek your indulgence because I'm a number of things. So I will take 1 minute to introduce myself as Tom Guda. I'm chair of a BMU. I'm deputy chair in Homa Bay County. I'm chair of the BMUs in Lake Victoria, Kenya. I'm also chair of 426 BMUs in the Republic of Kenya. I'm also chair of 1,069 BMUs in the East African community. And I sit in critical areas where management decisions are decided. So I'm a member of the scientific committee of the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization. I'm also a member of the management committee. And to cap it all, I sit in the sectoral council of ministers for the community in making key decisions regarding fisheries and aquaculture. Now, today is great because this is our day as fisherfolk. Everybody in this room, everybody in this conference, everybody coming from Madaraka will be talking about fish and fishermen. And I'm here just to let you know that as chair of the network, our cardinal responsibility is to live with the current situation. All in this room understand, and I'm glad that in this room we have people that we work with very closely, that management of fisheries largely has shifted. Today, Susan, moderator, is not more about the biology that was taught at the university. And I'm glad the vice chancellors are here. It is no longer about the ecology of the fishery. It is more about human behavior. And I'm here because anybody doing management today is not really interested in the fish. A lot of work is on how do we deter illegalities, human behavior. How do we transform these people to go into alternative livelihoods, human behavior. How do we now resist attempts by people who are bringing bad manners into the lake, human behavior? And that's now the responsibility that we all have as a team. So as a network, we have done our bit in trying to ensure that we create a conducive environment for all of us to make money and play. And yodala waungeo ni kaka network. Wane mwechung ne rango gikmokote muyiengore gi lweny, gitabu, gitulo mawuoke nam kaka jonam. So we are very keen in resolving conflicts. And a number of times, my team and myself in general, we have been engaging even partner states from the other side. When there are issues, you know, Migingo is very famous, sometimes Remba is very famous, sometimes Sumba Island is very famous. We are the team. And Madam Moderator, the team helping me to do this, before I go in, are here and standing. I just wanted to stand the leadership of the county BMU networks in all my 5 counties. All of them are here, Makofi Kwao. That's the cabinet that I work with. Our work majorly, we are working closely with all players in collaborating fisheries management plan development. We sit at the region and national level to ensure that all the management plans, all these regulations we talk about, Kenya Fish, the Fish Levy Trust Fund regulations, the Kenya Fish Marketing Authority regulations, our own regulation, the Fisheries Development Act, mention it. We sit on the table to develop, not at observers. We sit there to develop those favorable policies. That's why in the Act, 37 was dedicated purely for establishment of the beach management unit. And if you look at that act again, Madam Collaborator, we are also keen to look into the interests of our people because we are seeing a lot of advancement in aquaculture. And we are saying we don't oppose this, but I dedicated section 63 and 64 purely to protect the fisherfolk. Monongaro kik bi kanyo, nidwa timo weche mag puro rech to bolo woko kanyo. So these are some of the areas that we are very keen on. And now if you look around, we have now decided to shift. We are now talking to government directly as networks. At our level now, we speak to the President of the Republic. I'm just about to leave here to go and meet with the rest of the leaders, join in welcoming the president. So we engage directly with the President of the Republic of Kenya ministers to tell them exactly what these fisher folk are looking for. And now, on sustainability, which you have asked, this is where the greatest challenge lies. Because people are battling, what is this that we would want to do? These are livelihoods versus conservation, a hot topic. People are going to the lake to look for food. Some are going to the lake to look for money. And we are telling them this is the way we want us to go. Now, we have done a much as networks, though not sufficient, in ensuring that our people understand the values of conservation and doing responsible fisheries. Now, to make this sink down, Waziri mentioned, I'm the champion of marketing cooperatives for beach management units in the Republic of Kenya. And I'm working that very closely with the Kenya Fish Marketing Authority. And that was done in a meeting that I called where the minister himself attended. And all these chairmen, I invited all of them to that meeting. And we told the minister, this is the direction we want to go. So we wanted to change the mindset from the beach management being a social enterprise into a viable economic entity. So in this level, then they can now start thinking money. They can start thinking investment. They can think about the values of what they want to achieve in this ecosystem. And that's why now, beach management units, we are not transforming. The word is, we are establishing fish marketing cooperatives amongst the beach management units. So to that end, Madam Moderator, it's also good to learn that a question was asked here, which I'll do now, why I complained when government sitting in Kakamega, a cabinet sitting in Kakamega, resolved all of a sudden to abolish key state agencies that are supporting fisheries. Number one of them, which I championed, is Fish Levy Trust Fund. Number two, which I also was very critical in championing, is the Kenya Fish Marketing Authority. Then the Kenya Fishing Industries Corporation. A cabinet meeting in January in Kakamega resolved that they are now going to be redesignated. Mane kisungu mane gitiyogo. Negi kao gigewago, giketo gidwoko back kumanege ai. So we said no. And no tera Nairobi, ma wuoyo gi Joe. This team was here. Mwanyise nigi motimore na gima rach mogik meeting manotimore Kakamega. Kendo wakwede okang mager. So Waziri told me that is understood. We are going to look into specific entities. So as we sit here, we cannot lose these state agencies. And that matter must proceed, the discussion must proceed so that all of them are retained because they are going to support us and support us in a big deal. Otherwise,
thank you so much.
Otherwise, gikanyo, adwa na wach ne jolupo, ni gima duong' mwabro timo ka e nyasini. Kendo mwatimo kaka oganda ma otelonu e weche mag nam. En ng'iyo ni mbaka sani, koro ok en story, ok en hadithi, ok en kia dhi kucho dhi kucha. En ni ere kaka ngimau nyalo lokore, gimoro amora mwatimo nyaka lok ngimau. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. I think you're soon going to have Professor next to your name. And I will talk to the VCs here to give you one. Because, yeah, thank you very much. I think what is coming out very clearly is that the network is playing its role. And what is also coming out very clearly is that it is not top-down management anymore. It is bottom-up. And the bottom-up approach is working. And we have regulated it. Many issues Mr. Guda has mentioned that they are currently engaged in. Conservation is key. And one thing I know is that it is not very easy to tell somebody not to fish when they know they don't have another meal. So that is something that we need to address. How are we going to reduce pressure on the fisheries while ensuring that those who rely on these fisheries still have a livelihood and they're still able to put food on their table? I would like to allow Mr. Gano to make a few remarks in regards to some of the enabling policies and legal frameworks that we currently have within fisheries at the national level. You all understand that the government of Kenya has a devolved system And so the responsibility of the national government is to make sure that we have these policies in place for cascading down into the counties. And Mr. Gano, as you respond, please also, you remember in the morning, there was the issue of conflicting responsibilities between the counties and the national government. Maybe you'd also address that briefly. After Mr. Gano, I will come back to you, my favorite audience, and I will allow for 2 questions or 2 comments or contributions from the floor. So, Mr. Gano, karibu.
Thank you so much, Moderator, Madam Susan. All protocols observed. My name is Jared Agano. I work for Kenya Fisheries Service. And this is very interesting, this discussion on the legal framework for the development of small-scale fisheries and the blue economy. Kenya does not exist in isolation, and so allow me to start from the international level. We have got a legal framework, we sometimes call it international law, that governs sustainable use of the marine oceans and other aquatic resources. This is the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. This convention recognizes the rights of the small-scale fishers, and it gives them right to access, especially the coastal states, to access the resources, the coastal resources, the fisheries resources, and other related aquatic resources like seaweed. So at that level, we have borrowed. When we come home, we have got the Fisheries Act, which has borrowed a lot from that international law, which we are also using. But before I delve into the Fisheries Act, allow me just to discuss about the Constitution 2010. That is the pre we have. And Article 69, Sub-Article 1, put responsibility on the state to ensure that there is sustainable utilization, conservation, and management of the environment. That includes aquatic environment and natural resources, including fisheries, for the current generation and the future generation. The same article requires that the state ensure public participation in the management of these resources and even also in the utilization. And in this case, small-scale fishers are focused, the focus is on small-scale fishers. Just to give a definition before I proceed on that. In Kenya, the legal definition of small-scale fishers is, we call them artisanal fishers or artisanal fishermen. And in the Act, the Fisheries Management and the Development Act, which is aligned to the constitutions, we have a section in the the rights of the subsistent fishers. Those are just fishers who fish for domestic use, not for commercial purposes. And the Act allows them access, of course, responsible access, without payment of any levies. So that again promotes small-scale fisheries in Kenya. When we go down to the regulations that we have developed from the Fisheries Management and Development Act, CAP 378, we have got the BMU regulations, which the chairman has mentioned. But I want just to look at areas which are relevant to the small-scale fishers. This regulation provides for the small-scale fishers to organize themselves and also ensure that the issue of gender are addressed. And it provides that in the leadership of the beach management unit, the women, the 30% of the leadership is preserved for women, it's allocated for women. Again, that addressed the issue of gender equality in the development of small-scale fisheries and also in the blue economy. We have got other regulations like the Fish Safety and Quality Regulations 2024, which again helps in reducing post-harvest losses. It has provided a guideline on how fish should be handled right from the fishing ground up to the market. That is a very important small-scale fishers require adequate funding. So there is a supplementary funding that has been established, and we have a fish levy order that was gazetted by government last year. Currently, we are carrying out sensitization of stakeholders, and in that levy order, there is a portion of levy that will be channeled to develop, to build the capacity of the small-scale fishers and in terms of education and also capacity, purchase of fishing vessels that can allow them. For example, in our marine waters, the oceans, they need to access the richer and deeper waters where they can harvest sustainably. So that levy is there. It will be finalized soon. We are currently undertaking sensitization. It's a very important aspect. So we can see in terms of funding, there is supplementary funding to small-scale fishers that has been established in terms of management, all the regulations and the laws that I have mentioned. Moderator and delegates, we have got gaps which we need to address. For example, we are sharing Lake Victoria with other neighboring countries, and we need to have a harmonized legislation that will allow our fishers also to go and fish in other countries like Uganda, Tanzania, so that when they go there, they are not harassed. They are not harassed as has been the case. I understand issues of regional integrations are a bit complex, but we need to have a harmonized legislation that will ensure that when our fishers, because these small-scale fishers are the ones who protect the breeding sites that we have in Kenya, and in Kenya we are blessed. We have a lot of rivers flowing, so fish breed in Kenya. So it's only fair that when the fish has matured and gone into the into deeper waters which are found in the neighboring country, they should be allowed to go and fish there. So that is a gap that we need to do, to address. Secondly, another gap is on, we have realized now the fishing pressure is increasing, and we know the level of unemployment is also high. We need to reduce it, so we cannot stop our people from venturing into fishing, the small-scale fishers, but we can do it sustainably by coming up with a legislation on fishing quotas that can address the ever-increasing fishing effort. And with that, I would wish to submit there before I respond to the questions that were raised in the morning. I don't know if I can respond now or later. Thank you. Thank you. I submit.
Wow. I think Mr. Ghana has brought out some key issues that we need to appreciate, isn't it? One, fisheries is well governed, isn't it? But not 100% governed. We still have gaps. Number two, the government is thinking ahead. We have a fund, and we are here with the acting CEO for the Fish Levy Trust Fund. Can you just raise up your hand, Dr. Akunga, so that the people can be able to see you? She is the one that is currently leading the Fish Levy Trust Fund. And I believe that many of you she has spoken to. So the government is not just sitting pretty, the government is taking initiatives to ensure that whatever we remove from the waters is plowed back to us, isn't it? So it's a good initiative, and we should be able to really support the initiative by the national government and the county governments. Thank you very much. Jothurwa, ne uwinjo kosomo kolal, kizungu no ne pek? Ober, oyonge maber donge? Koro, I owe the floor. I'm opening the floor for 2 comments, 2 contributions before we move into the next panel discussion. Where are my people?
Iko watu wengi sana hapa senior.
Wengine wako nyuma?
Tunaanza na mrembo hapa. Tuko na mzee pale. How many do I pick?
No, we are only picking 2.
Only 2.
The other ones can hold their horses a little bit, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would like to have contributions, those who are contributing to the discussion.
So you pick one here and another one that side.
Yes.
Wacha tusikie. Senior will come back to you kindly. Wacha tusikie Msupa.
Okay, thank you. I'm Mercy Sangura, and as I said before, I work with Kenya Fisheries Service. Mine is a contribution. First, let me also congratulate Madam Sarah Malit for being the only woman and lady on that panel.
Oh, I'm not.
It's really great. On the panel, yes. First of all, I would say I have heard our national director, Capture Fisheries, mention something on harmonizing the legal frameworks that we have so that we can have a harmonized license for the region so that we can all exploit equally this resource that we have, that is Lake Victoria. At the same time, I have heard our CCM talk about domesticating the same resource, like having a Homa Bay County license. So looking at all this, I think it is very important that we have a discussion and think beyond and have a harmonized license so that we can give the fishing community an opportunity to explore beyond Kenya and not limit them to Homa Bay and other counties. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. I believe that National BMU Network Chair, you are listening in. Thank you. Thank you very much. One more.
Kuna mzee hapo na kuna wacha tupe mzee juu ya laana. Sijui itanifikia haja hapo sa. You can pass it kindly.
Asante. The concern I have is only one. We've talked about insecurity, and a lot of it in the lake is coming because the lake is overstretched. You find a situation whereby one person owning like 50 canoes, and all of them looking for the fish in the same region. So I was asking, can there be a way of regulating so that instead of fighting for the areas of fishing, we can have few people, maybe one person may be holding a few boats, so that other people can also have areas, you use the same areas to do their fishing. Because this is the major problem we are facing as fishermen. Two, we also face a problem coming from our neighboring countries, whereby you find somebody goes fishing, but the security of these people is endangered. A lot of their nets are being taken, a lot of their engines are being taken, so we need security from the government so that when our people go to the lake, we are sure they're going to come back. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. The issue of security was well handled by the CEC and the BMU network chair. There are already systems in place, and I know that security will never be enough. So I think the call from the audience on the floor is that we need to do more. We need to do more, and it is important that people feel secure as they go around their businesses. The issue of a legal framework for the region is in the offing, and I think this is something we need to work on to enable our people to freely be able to harvest the resource within the region. So those are the few comments we have from the floor now. I'm not ignoring you, Daktari, and I'm not ignoring any other person who had shown interest. I just wanted to give the panelists additional opportunity, then now we go into the Q&A so that we don't over-delay you for lunch. You know, this city runs out of fish if you go late, and I know many of you are here to eat fish. Now, we need to shift gears a bit and talk about what kind of information do we have to enable us really say that, oh, the fishery is overexploited, or the fishery is there, or what is it that we need to do in terms of managing people behavior. Today, we are honored to have the Kenya Marine Fisheries and Research Institute. And just as Mr. Guda said, we continue to also progress our research. Right now, if you go to Kemfri, it's not just ecology of fish. It's not just morphology of fish. We have a whole directorate, and the director was here, that is dealing with socio-economic issues, dealing with people behavior, understanding people behavior, because people behavior drive a lot of sometimes very bad issues and sometimes good issues within fisheries management. And so I would like to now go to Dr. Mwaluma as the acting CEO for Kemfri. And we know that we need science to be able to make policy. We need science to be able to make regulations. We need science to make management decisions. Kemfri is a center for excellence in research. And speaking from where I sit, we have benefited greatly from the research work that Kemfri is undertaking that has informed many, many issues on fisheries management. Now, I would just like you to mention a few of the research findings that Kemfri is currently engaged on or has been engaged in that has supported the government policy making process. And how are these research decisions are they being readily accepted by management decision makers and the communities who are resource users? And I would also just like to add an element like how does Kemfri engage the local communities in their research? Because we understand that indigenous knowledge is very, very important. It's supposed to complement the scientific research work that we do so that whatever scientific decision we make is well-rounded and very inclusive. Karibu, Daktari.
Thank you, Madam Susan. Thank you, the people of Homa Bay, for the warm reception. It's my first time to be here, and I'm completely delighted, blown away. I've learned a few facts about Homa Bay, that Homa Bay has 80% of the Lake Victoria water. I'm happy also to learn it has a very strong BMU, and that goes to show that you have a very strong potential for blue economy development. Having said that, you know, Susan, people talk about blue economy and just think about which are the opportunities to extract. But I'm happy to hear the conversation. Today, people have so far talked about sustainability, which is the way to go, and completely aligns to the research mandate of KEMFRI. Apart from sustainability, one other issue that we should look at when we are exploiting the blue economy is the issue of climate change. Climate change in the same sense of the sea level rise, or the ocean rise, the lake rise, and issues concerning pollution are very, very key, and these are squarely on the mandate of KEMFRI. Let me just highlight some of the research activities which are aligned to policy that we've done here in Homa Bay and also in Indian Ocean, where the headquarters are involved. And one of the key things that we have to do if we have to manage our fisheries is to do stock assessment. Stock assessment is whereby we have to assess the stocks that we have in the lake or in the Indian Ocean annually, and we assess the different stocks, the species that are available, and how much biomass is available. This then informs how much we should license in terms of the fishing vessels, which are going to be licensed to harvest the boats. And we get a lot of information from the stock assessment, including the breeding seasons, where they breed particularly. And I'm happy to report that KEMFRI Kisumu has been working with the BMU of Homa Bay in doing participatory fish breeding ground demarcation. And this is a process that's going on, and hopefully we should end up with gazettement of these areas, because if we do not gazette, if we do not protect these areas, then we do not have the fish stocks that we expect our children to see. Having said that, we still need to give alternatives to the fishermen. We cannot tell them that these areas are gazetted and demarcated. We have to offer them alternative livelihoods, and I'm very impressed that cage culture is catching on very well. But cage culture alone is also needs to be checked, and KEMFRI is also doing environmental assessments of the water quality, so that we can be able to predict the seasons whereby we normally have fish kills, for example. And that is very, very bad for business who are cage farmers. So our station in Kisumu is also monitoring the water parameters so that we can be able to monitor and predict these unusual events which are related to climate. Apart from that, we are also doing cage suitability, which has been done by my colleagues in Kisumu, and we've actually concretized this into a marine spatial plan. I can report that it's complete, and it's going to be launched, I think, by His Excellency in the next 2 days, which has been a collaboration by KEMFRI, your county, and Gatsby. We've also done fisheries management for different species, management plans. For Lake Victoria, we have the Nile Perch management plan. We have also moved to Omena, where we have gear limits, gear mesh size limits. And also we are conducting a biodiversity assessment. A biodiversity assessment informs you of the species that we are losing. We had that conversation earlier that there's a group that is doing Esculentus or Euchromis with the support also of KEMFRI to bring back the original species that were there, endemic to the lake. And this is one of the things that we are doing that will help the lake. A healthy lake would have a very good high biodiversity. I had the CEC mention issues of bathymetry, which is also part of the blue economy. We are mapping the bathymetry of the lake. This is very important because the sea mountains and the sea hills that are below the ocean normally are fish aggregating sites. And they are very, very important features in the blue economy. So we are doing that. And related to these sea mounts, they're also related to minerals, as you said earlier on. So this is information which is very, very important and can improve the economy of the lake region. So how do we improve? We've had a good relationship with the State Department of Fisheries, who are consumers of research, KEFs, who are the managers. We've been developing documents. We normally produce state of the aquaculture reports and state of fisheries for the whole country reports. These are shared by the policy makers, and they are used to make all these laws that are guiding us. And the specific state of fishery, the reports normally have for different fisheries in terms of the different species that we're having. These are very, very important for decision making by county and the national government. Having said that, I've looked at my small research that I've seen Homa Bay has. It's good that we're doing cage farming, but also good to diversify to other blue economy ventures. Like in the coast, what we're doing, we're encouraging the communities who are doing also aquaculture to integrate conservation, aquaculture, and ecotourism. I've seen a lot of places which are very, very beautiful by the lake, and the beach management units here can explore such opportunities and do very good ecotourism facilities for people. I would like to stop there for now, but I think we need more engagement with policymakers. And in my thoughts, I think we should extend for the policymakers to visit the sites where the activities are being done either by BMU, so that I had a challenge, somebody mentioning that there are issues of roads which are a problem. I'm trying to imagine if this is a group that was trying to do ecotourism, and they have their cages, they have their restaurant floating in the water, but if the roads are bad, then they're not able to market, which is green energy. I would like to stop there for now because of time, but we shall engage.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Daktari. I'm looking at the audience, and I think we have lost some of the audience, and that's unfortunate because what Dr. Maluma has talked about is actually science at work. Science that is informing investment, science that is protecting investment, science that is reviving our lost species, science that is working for the people. And if you didn't pick it up, it's unfortunate, and I would like to make this call. Please, let's just listen in, because I'll give you an opportunity to ask questions after this, so that we are able to take full advantage of the experts that we have here. Dr. Maluma has talked very, very clearly about science and why it is important, because there are so many decisions that we can't make unless we do research and unless we are able to work together, not only as researchers, but also with the community. As I said in the introduction, today we are honored to have Dr. Ibukun. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. And Dr. Ibukun comes from UNESCO, IOC Africa. When Mr. Agano spoke, he told us that the waters are connected. I think that is one thing that we have to always know, that there is no boundary in Homa Bay County for the lake. The water in Homa Bay County can freely flow to Tanzania, to Uganda, including the fish that is in that water. So if somebody in Homa Bay County is doing something wrong, then that is likely going to impact negatively on even people who are not within that county. The interconnectivity of the resources in the water Like there's a fish in the ocean, we call it tuna. And they say tuna can have breakfast in Seychelles, then it has lunch in Somalia, then it comes and sleeps in Kenya. So whose fish is it? It doesn't belong, it's everywhere. And so the protection, the sustainability of our water resources is the responsibility for all. The United Nations proclaimed a decade of ocean science for sustainability. And UNESCO IOC was given the responsibility to be able to facilitate and to help member states to be able to strengthen the connection, the nexus between science and policy. And today, Dr. Ibukun will be able to highlight for us, and I bring him to speak after Dr. Maluma because the decade of ocean science talks of the science that we need for the ocean that. So it has been realized globally that science is very, very important for the ocean that we want. And so in Africa, that Dr. Ibukun is leading, there could be gaps. And I want to believe that some of the gaps in Africa are also the same gaps in Kenya. And so I would like to give him the floor just to mention a few pressing capacity gaps that are actually hindering science-based blue economy development in Africa and in Kenya. Karibu sana, Daktari.
Asante, Eshepupo. Thank you very much for the invitation. My name is Ibukun Adewumi, and like the moderator rightly mentioned, I head the UNESCO subcommission for Africa and adjacent island states. And by the mandate given to us by the UN, we are the voice of 151 member states. That is on the global level. And on the continental front here, we are the voice of 37 member states, looking at generating ocean knowledge, ocean science research, and not actually stopping there, but using this knowledge and science to inform policy and decision making, developing products and services that are useful for on-the-ground development. I'm quite happy to be here because, of course, the mandate is on the ocean. But as the regional mechanism for IOC in Africa and the African Union recognizing the connection between freshwater system and the ocean in the blue economy space, it's also interesting to make this connection on the land-sea interaction. And I don't know if many of us would also know that the ocean is connected to everything, not just to the freshwater. There's an interaction between even the desert and the ocean. The fertilization of the Atlantic Ocean today is as a result of the iron dust that is flowing from the Sahara Desert to the ocean. So there's a lot of connection there. Back to the question, I think from a continental perspective, the most pressing challenges or gaps hindering science-based blue economy development are actually in our faces. They are real, they are not abstract. They are very urgent, and I think they are also solvable. These lie in sometimes inadequate data systems, limitation in skilled personnel, and of course, persistent disconnection between science and decision making. So first, we must fix this knowledge deficit. Far too many of our decisions are made in the dark, as I would like to put it, without taking cognizance of data, quality data, high-resolution ocean data, interoperable ocean data, and accessible ocean data. So like the saying goes, we cannot really manage what we don't measure. And that is why IOC, Africa, blue data hub, an innovation hub for blue economy in the region and in Africa at large. But data alone is not enough. Like many speakers already mentioned, and I would like to reiterate it, that the blue economy, the future of the blue economy is the people. And I'm talking about informed people, equipped people, and also skilled and empowered people. In as much as we need more ocean scientists, we need more oceanographers, we need more marines, biologists, fishery scientists, technicians, seafarers, and not just in our capital cities or in our prestigious institutions. We need to actually build the capacity from bottom up so that a fisher in Omar Bay or a student in Kilifi or that woman working on seaweed in Lamu can use this science and use that to transform their lives. They can use the science and turn them into money in their pockets, food on their table, and actually create meaningful and dignifying jobs for their community. And like I mentioned, it's not just about bottom-up, top-down or trickle-down development. It's about bottom-up search so that we are starting to accelerate and we are improving the lives of our people through the science that we generate and making that really transform lives and livelihood. Thirdly, and perhaps the most critical for us, we need to close the gap between knowledge and action, really. For far too long, science is locked within scientific journals. In fact, some of the data and science that we have is actually disaggregated. You can find it in someone's laptop, lying dusty in shelves, but these are not really informing the policy. We have to ensure that policy is not made in isolation of the science, and that is why the UN Decade for Ocean Science and Sustainable Development, like you rightly mentioned, which IOC is coordinating on behalf of the UN system, is a game changer. It can help countries to change the tide of this imbalance between science and decision-making in the ocean. And IOC is also supporting countries in developing and establishing, actually, their national decade committees. And for us, we have also flagged a program called the Seaworld African Program, which is the flagship program to implement the Decade of Ocean Science roadmap for Africa. And of course, this will allow us to ensure that science informs policy, it informs investment, and it actually informs action on the ground. And again, please allow me to take a moment to commend the government of the Republic of Kenya for that sustained diplomacy, that leadership in ocean agenda. And I think one of the testament to that is Kenya putting forward its finest. I'm saying in this regard Ambassador Helling as the chair of the IOC Africa Subcommission. And under our stewardship, actually, we've deepened the connection between diplomacy and science, and also ensured that the future of our shared ocean is secured. I know I've been talking too much, but let me close by saying, the blue economy is not just about value extraction. It's not just about the GDP, but it is about restoring the balance. It is about dignity, it is about protecting the ecosystems, livelihood, security, sovereignty, or what have you. So in essence, it is just turning science into informed decisions and allowing those decisions to make meaningful impact and development on the ground. So for me, I think Kenyans have shown leadership in hammering on all of this blue economy transformation, and this summit actually reinforces that commitment from the government of Kenya. And I think my last word would be that we have to remember that the ocean is changing. It's changing in many ways, and the changes in the ocean is going to have ripple effect on all of us, on the economy, on the health of the ocean, on the health of the world. And we cannot wait for this to continue and persist. And that is why we need to upskill, we need to invest in data, we need to invest in data collection infrastructure, we need to forecast, we need to predict the ocean so that we can continue to benefit from the ecosystem services that the ocean will provide for us. And again, investment in science policy alignment. This is the icing on the cake. And the blue economy is actually very potent and can deliver to us the real change that we desire and we want. And not just for today, but for the future. So with all this said, I want to say, Maji Yetu, Tamani Yetu, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think there are many key issues that Dr. has brought out, and I just want to pick on one, about capacity. And I want to talk to my vice chancellors that it's changing. It's not just class anymore. We need to bring out capacity, not just for the top, but also for the lower level. How are we going to do that as centers of learning? This morning, Professor Manyala talked about what Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University is doing within their Blue Economy Hub that is very inclusive. And I think it's a model that if we adopt, we'll be able to empower not only the students, not only the lecturers, not only the researchers and the scientists, but also the users who are the most important in terms of sustainability of our resource. And we realize that we cannot talk of blue economy if we leave out issues of research, and issues of linking what our research findings are to the policy and the management decisions that we make. I would like to actually close this panel discussion, and to cap it off would be the Lake Basin Development Authority. We are here with the managing director, and a number of us have spoken since morning and even right now in this panel. The core mandate of the Lake Victoria Basin Organization, Development Authority is to actually bring development to the people. And we have spoken this morning, and we are in agreement with the managing director that there is need to bring together all these interventions that are happening so that we can be able to create the synergies that is required for us to create impact. And so the managing director will just take us briefly, and sir, I would give you 1 minute. You know, you are a local, you talk to these people all the time. Just to tell us what are some of the plans or some of the programs they have that are bringing together all those who have interventions within the blue economy sector in the Lake Basin, in the Lake Victoria region, so that we are able to work together and to create that synergy that is really important and impact. Karibu sana, Dr. Ochiaga.
Thank you, Director Susan, and I want also to thank all the participants for being patient up to this particular moment. So at Lake Basin Development Authority, our key mandate is to deliver integrated development programs along the Lake Victoria catchment area. And this includes the former Nyanza province, former Western Kenya province, and part of Rift Valley, looking at around 18 counties. Now, as we do this, then we are supposed to bring together all the players in the development platform to ensure that as we develop our region, then we do it in a manner that is highly coordinated so that the resources that are available from every stakeholder or every player are applied in a manner that we avoid duplication and ensure that we have the maximum utilization of resources. Now, you will appreciate that in our programs, because we have integrated development programs, we touch on almost every ministry's mandate. And that is why we then coordinate the ministries or coordinate other players to ensure that we deliver the programs. Now you'll see that we are into the ecosystem. we are into the value chains. Today we are talking about aquaculture value chain, but we are also into the rice value chain, livestock value chain, so that as we do aquaculture, do we also appreciate that we have other alternative sources of income. Now, what we have done to date is that we have an integrated technology transfer center in Kisumu. And what we do there is to train our farmers on the modern technologies in aquaculture. Now, we also have a modern hatchery plant, a fingerlings multiplication center, where we are appreciating that we can adopt green energy, and that is the solar-powered technology, so that we hatch and ensure that we avail the fingerlings to the farmers that are of quality, and we also train them on how to pick up from where we have left in terms of the training that we avail to them. Now, you'll realize again that in terms of linkages, which is also very, very important, we are trying to ensure that our farmers around get access to information into who are the partners whom they can partner with, for instance, to deliver the quality fish feeds. Because even as we get into the lake to do the aquaculture or to do the cage farming, we must also be alive to the fact that as we do this, there are chances of pollution into the lake. So how then do we get quality feeds that then will not pollute the lake? Now, another thing is that we have a program where we support farmers who do not do farming in the lake, but do pond fishing, so that we help them to design the ponds and also help them to manage fishing at the pond. And why this is important is that we can then integrate the pond fish farming to the horticulture practices, so that as we do fishing, can we also use the same water
Yes.
Yeah, please take the floor, sir.
How many questions?
Two.
Kindly. Two.
Him and then.
We can take Swari Senior. Alikuwa amenua before mzee wetu.
Mbona youth, I'm really eager to hear from the youth. Youth, you are not speaking. Is there youth who wants to say anything? Be it a lady or a young man? You are well, you are satisfied. Okay, sir, please proceed.
Yes, my name is Opio Esbon from Nyapuadi. But according to science and technology, we have experienced some two species of fish in the lake. The one is Okoko and the one is Nile perch. But the disadvantage of them, like Mbota, the structure of this fish is perishable, and the body structure is peppery. So I'm worried about the industry of Kisumu, the byproduct of this fish, like leather. Is it going to produce that leather?
Very good.
Okay.
We pick another one?
Yes, please pick one more.
You can pick, kindly senior, with your permission, we pick two more so that we give him and then we give the other guys. Simama would you introduce kindly.
Thank you so much. My name is Oremo Edward, County BMU Chair for Homa Bay. And I'm glad that seniors from the State Department are here. In the previous panel, there were very good presentation on cage concern about three things. That now that the director is here in this panel, then we really need to really understand. The BMU, the Fisheries Management and Development Act give us provision to see who and who goes into the lake with the cage farming. But after giving us that provision, the moment we write our MOUs, then it's like the flight has taken off. So we remain going to be answered, then I cannot have a question now, right now. Let me wait for that answer.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, we will allow you just to give one question. Please, the civil society man, no, you already had your moment. I would like to give Dr. Kunga, and then Dr. Kunga is right there. And then if there is a youth.
Yes, there is a young man behind there.
Yeah,
I think
allow Dr. Kunga and then the young man.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Susan, you're doing a great job. And I think from what I hear from everybody, I wish that you would extend even 10 minutes so that you can get questions and answers so we satisfy. I'm sure they might not want to go for lunch. But for me, it's just 1 second. This is a great opportunity. I think we have about 1,000 people here just to speak about the Fish Levy Trust Fund. Just a second, because I don't have resources to go all around to tell them about the Fish Levy Trust Fund. We are trying to ensure that there's sustainable financing in the sector. And I think you might have to, the objective or the object of the fund is to provide supplementary funding for activities that are geared towards management, development, awards, and agent mitigation. I had in the morning one lady talk about sometimes, boats capsizing. We will be speaking towards that. And we are also going to actually promote fisheries management and conservation. We want to mobilize and manage resources for grants, fisheries awards, capacity building and dissemination, and provide financial resources for agent mitigation due to climate change and natural disasters that are affecting fishers' livelihood. Now, in Namibia, they have a resource management fund, and it's doing very, very well. So we are hoping that this fund will actually be speaking to the fishermen. Madam Susan, I want to appreciate that you've given me this chance, because I know that this is one fund that the fishermen are looking forward to. We have sensitized them on this fund. We were in Mombasa sensitizing the vessel owners, and we want to believe that with the fish levy order that has actually been gazetted, we will begin working and the fishermen will start benefiting. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, thank you. We don't need to wait for the National Treasury to give us funds. We can also generate funds from our own resource.
Unaweza patia huyo jamaa kwa nyuma ya mrasta.
Thank you so much. I'm Festus Ojuang. I'm a researcher and public health volunteer. Everything that has been spoken of in this congregation, of the panelists and everything that they're saying, I believe that it is public health related. Everything is just public health, and blue economy and public health are intrinsically linked. Everything we've talked about, livelihoods, the climate change, everything that we have delved around is related to public health. Now, my question is on maybe the BMU chair will be in a good position to answer this. Around sustainability, the issue on sustainability, we've talked about livelihoods, we've talked about how people can live better. But there has been a problem that Homa Bay has been ranked consistently among the top 3 with HIV-related cases. And among the fisher folk, the cases are so high. From my recent and what I've looked at before, it has been very much among the fisher folk. What is being done currently? Because we need to be sustainable among this, about this issue. Because we are talking about our water and our wealth. Also, our health must really come in. So maybe the BMU will be in a position to really tell us the developments that have been made as regards to this, so that around the fisher folk, we reduce or curb the HIV-related cases. Number 2.
One question, sir.
Number 2 is, in this congregation, there are many youths. And the CEC can answer this, and maybe any other panelists. What are the ready job opportunities that they can grab? Because we are talking about blue economy, and we've talked about job issues. What are the ready opportunities that they can go into and really grab and walk away with? Thank you.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know if you are in the first panel discussion. Those who are here, there are so many opportunities that were brought forward, and I want to believe that you've taken keen interest in the same. But having said that, I would like to go back to the panel with the questions, and maybe Dr. Ura and Dr. Mwaluma, you will help us with the Okoko question. Yeah, as I give the floor to Mr. Gano, first to handle the issue of biosecurity and the cage licensing, and then also maybe you take the opportunity to address the earlier issue on who is responsible for what between the national government and the county government. I think you can get support from our able CEC.
Okay, thank you so much, moderator. On the issue about licensing of cage farmers and whether the aquatic environment is still sustainable, is it free from pollution? I want to say that there is a procedure that is in place currently, and as the chairman of Homa Bay BMU County Network has mentioned, what is required from an applicant is a business plan This plan is supposed to indicate what kind of cage culture, how it's going to be done, what kind of material, all that, how much fish is supposed to be stocked. So this is taken to the beach management unit, but it's not just any beach management unit. Our research institution, that is Kempri, came up with a suitability map where cages can be installed in Lake Victoria. So that is what guides the investors. So based on that suitability map, now the investor can go to any part based on his or her preferences. So now they go to the BMU and they look at the environment, and then they submit that proposal to National Environmental Management Authority, NEMA, and request for an environmental and social impact assessment to be conducted in the area that has been selected. So when that environmental and social impact assessment report is ready, NEMA share it with other stakeholders, including Kenya Fisheries Service and State Department for Blue Economy and Fisheries, for evaluation and also to give recommendation on the report. So once that is done, it is taken back to NEMA. The stakeholders send back their report to NEMA, and this includes, I mentioned the BMU, even county government is included in all this. The report, the NEMA report, is submitted to county government also to give their input, and then NEMA now summarizes and consider whether to give a permit or not. So when that is completed, then the permit, if given, plus the business proposal is submitted to Kenya Fisheries Service for also further evaluation and also issuance of license if it meets the legal threshold that we have EMCA and also the Fisheries Management and Development Act. So that is the procedure. Besides that, we have our research institute, that is, agency, Kempri. Kempri conducts, and I think we have Dr. Aura in the house. They conduct regular water quality assessment within the area where these cages are installed. And that informs the policymakers on the status, and if there are issues to be addressed, then that is done at that level. I don't know if time would allow to give Dr. Aura more time to expound on that. But I think, moderator, that's what we have in place. And if you want, if I can move to the next question, I can.
Yes, yes, in like 5 seconds. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
In the morning, there was a question that was asked about licensing of fishermen. There are conflicts from what was presented, that there are conflicts. We are supposed to license fishermen or not. May I start from what the law provides? The Constitution, Article 186, you read it with the fourth schedule, part 1. Part 1 from number 1 up to 35 lists the national functions. So you'll find number 22 talks about protection of the environment, management of natural resources, including fishing. So that is given to national government. If you read part 2, it lists all the functions that are devolved to the national government. Part 2 of fourth schedule of the Constitution. Now, if you can remember 2023, there was a policy directive that we conduct unbundling of functions, the functions that were not fully devolved. It was in 2023, a policy directive, and the Intergovernmental Relation Technical Committee led discussions on this that went on up to December 2024, and a legal notice was issued with the national functions and also, devolved functions, and also indicating the national functions. Before this, the national government was issuing a fisherman license, not as a revenue source, but as an fishing effort control tool to regulate how much effort can be allowed on the resource. So during these discussions, we had 2 summits, one in 2023, another one in 2024. There were 4 issues that were contentious. It was a proposal that licensing of fishermen to be given to the county and registration of fishing vessels to be given to the country, to the county government. But this was not agreed upon, so the status quo remained. That's why if you look at the legal notice, that unbundled function that was issued in December 2024, you won't find anywhere written licensing of fishermen in the unbundled, in the devolved functions. So just as far as I've said, the status quo remained. National government continued licensing of fishermen the way it was. This year, in fact, last week, the Intergovernmental Relation Technical Committee called for another summit to address on these issues, pending issues. The 2, because those are the ones relevant to this gathering. There are others which I don't think are relevant to this. So those issues were again discussed, and we are waiting for an outcome from the Intergovernmental Technical Relation Committee on what they will advise. But I want to say here that in the prevailing circumstances, the status quo remain. May I submit at that?
Thank you. I think the comfort is that the government, the 2 levels of government are in a discussion. And for now, the status quo remains, but in the near future, we will get to know how to proceed. I think so long as there is some action going on, that is important. I know that people would like to still give more comments, but we have really exceeded our time allocation here, and I know people like Tom are going to receive the executive in a few minutes. So before you ask your question, before you ask a question, there's the issue of the youth involvement and the opportunity. As I said, a lot was discussed in the morning, but the MD for the Lake Basin Development Authority wants to add one, and I mean 1 second, sir, as Tom responds for 1 second as well, so that we can bring this to a close. Karibu.
Thank you, Director. Now, to the youth, I think we have a lot of opportunities around aquaculture. Of course, the first one is what we can do in the lake in terms of setting up the cages. Another one is what we can do in the mainland in terms of setting up the ponds. But most importantly is that as youths, how can we organize ourselves in a manner that we can attract funding? So there is an opportunity for us as youths to try and organize ourselves in a manner that you can attract funding from development partners. And then another thing is now to try and diversify away from what at the face of it would be seen as the aquaculture value chain, but now to try and develop interest on other small businesses that might not be at a glance is not something that somebody would think about. You're talking about eateries at the beach units. You're talking about coming up with the cruise boats for just tourism around the lake, plus many, many other things. So there are so many opportunities depending on how you look at it.
Yeah, thank you. And even issues of technology was very clear in the morning, innovations. The space is there for the youth to engage. So just open up your mind, consult, and you will be able to find a place where you can be able to operate and be able to add value. Tom, I give you 1 second. And Tom, I know you.
Yes.
After, if you exceed 1 second, I'll cut off your mic.
Thank you so much, moderator. And moderator knows me very well. So once you give me 1 second, you do factorial. So number one, to address the issue that was raised by Edward, we want to see aquaculture practiced by hawa watu. So that if we invite panelists to sit here to talk about aqua business, to talk about purorej, jogi, get my face mwadu nam tuatero oko. Number two, on HIV programming. I want to respond to the young man who did ask that question. We have moved miles and miles on this. Number one, the CEO of this county, Her Excellency Nyawangaya, is a programmer. To be precise, HIV programmer. Utiyo GLVCT kapoko bedo governor. And ingeo gikotimo eweche mag triple threat. Amongst you here, through my partnership and engagement with partners like LVCT, Dalaka, Wandiko, Jonam, Miario Giprario Gochiko. We have engaged 229 peer educators amongst the beach management units. And they are here, earning reasonable stipends, Oxiding Alufareo, Pesa Mujual Matin, because of the partnerships we have with them. In Migori, we work with CHEB, and then in Siaya, we work with ADS and Mild May, just to make sure that these guys are doing a good work. Now, lastly, the question that was raised is the beach management unit regulations, neokoginene. There was no public participation. What we require now, because I'm speaking as one of the co-authors, you know, us, we don't attend meetings to participate. The team you saw there of my county BMU chairman, those are authors. So one obedo kanyamondo one day chick. So when I sit there, I'm an author of BMU regulation 2024. So which other participation do you want when you are talking to the person who wrote it? And the team leader is here. Dr. Simama Wakuone. That is my team leader, and it's the doctor, real one. So asante sana.
Yeah, thank you. I think, Chair, it's not that when, you know, we had said that President Kibaki and Prime Minister Raila, they read the Constitution, isn't it? Na tukasema ni? Yeah, so we live in a country where the Constitution allows us to engage, and it's good that you were engaged as a representative of the people. And so it's not possible to engage each and everyone. We engage people through representations. And so maybe the gentleman who brought up that issue felt like he should have been the one contacted. But I'm glad that you were consulted as a representative of the people of Homa Bay, and your team, you were consulted. So you wind up for us, CC, so that we can now close, please.
Thank you. I'm not going to take much of our time. I only want to respond on two issues. One on our functions that still needs to be harmonized. I'll leave it that the two levels will sit and will harmonize on who does what. Secondly, I'm answering the question on HIV and AIDS along the lakes and the beaches. It's been a real concern to Homa Bay County, but just as Thomas said, Homa Bay is not the Homa Bay that we used to know. Homa Bay has changed. And the change is beginning with this fisher folk seated here. Yeah, because we have stories, we have conversations that our women will no longer be molested again because of fish. The story was sex for fish or fish for sex. That narrative has changed because our BMUs are now being empowered through partnerships. We talk to them, and that mindset and lifestyle is changing. So I want to report that the public health people, don't be worried. Homa Bay is in control. We are taking care of our youths. We are taking care of our women and our people with disability. And especially now on blue economy, we are going to be champions in protecting women and bringing down these records and percentages in HIV and AIDS. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Allow me now to stand because I want to bring this discussion to a close. And I would like to ask you as audience, the objective of this panel discussion was to look into issues of policy that we require to enable blue economy to thrive. Do you think that our country is on the right track from the discussions today? Thank you. Because we need to have a conducive environment to develop the blue economy. And so, please, I would like us, and I would now ask the MC to help us appreciate the panel and also help us appreciate the audience as we bring this to a close, and the MC will also be able to guide us on what are the next steps.
Asante sana. Basi tuanze na panel tafadhali. Tutengeneze zile za moi za kitambo. Piringa kabisa, piringa kabisa. Are you ready? Tuwapigie moja. Twende. Thank you for your wisdom, for your time. Feel much appreciated. Asante. Tuwapigie zile mingi hivyo. Very good. Thank you so much. With your permission, moderator, I'm going to kindly request the panel to take their seats. And thank you so much. Tuwapigieni makofi pia wakishuka ndio washibe makofi kabisa. Tumeshukuru sana. Kindly I request that we don't leave. Tujipigieni pia makofi kama audience kwa kusikiza manze. Kutoka asubuhi saa 3 mmekuwa hapa mkisikiza some very good information. Jipigieni makofi mazuri bwana. By the way, you know I was saying, this is the only thematic nimeona watu wanakuja asubuhi, wanakaa mpaka lunchtime, wakisikiliza na kuuliza maswali. You guys are highly involved and you should be proud of yourselves. So I think from there, tunaweza kufungia mazungumzo ya leo hapo, and then we break for lunch. But I've been asked to request all of us that once you are going out for lunch, you can pass by through the booths. Huko kuna booths zenye zimetengwa ziko na maneno mingi. Nimeambiwa hata kuna some of the companies that have giveaways to give. So as you go to your lunch, make sure you pass by the booths so that you can also experience what they are showcasing there. Also, I'd like to appreciate KCB. KCB ni partners wa this thematic. Thank you so much KCB Bank. Na wako hapa, wapigeni KCB makofi tafadhali. Wako hapa na sisi, wanafungua accounts na pia unaweza ukadeposit pesa. All their services are available here within us. So ladies and gentlemen, without saying much, I'd like to request that we break for lunch. Then we will be back maybe in the afternoon or tomorrow for another exciting session. Thank you so much. Bless you. See you tomorrow. Asante DJ. Tupe muziki. Nipigieni makofi pia mimi jamani. Asante sana. All BMUs to meet at the parking. All BMUs to meet at the parking. Remember, like I've said, pass by the booths, pitia hapo kwa booth, uone namna gani, you never know. DJ nipe.